Bum ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum bum bum. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Hey everybody! Hello. We shall continue. Now I'm going to make, as the title suggests, one of the biggest mistakes I have ever made in my entire life, and we will be reading all day. Regret has never been some of the worst feelings in the world. If you know, you know. But if we get through this today, I might be able to get ahead of schedule and we can have another whole reading day. I will hate myself after this. Trust me. Let's see. Let's go to the modules and we shall read 7 through 9. Chapter 7 through 9. Let's make mistakes together, everybody. Chapter 7. Networks and communication devices. Hello, music boy. I mean, if we do talk about it, we do talk about it. If you know, you know. I was thinking about it. I just wanted to make sure, because I'm not sure. I had to, calm down from this morning. I definitely feel a lot better than how I felt this morning. That was something to wake up to. Alright. But how are you doing, music boy? Are you enjoying your classes? Where's my headphone case? Oh, here it is. Shut this corner. I have no clue what you're referencing. I'm talking about, okay, so there's this VTuber group. My classes are good. Yay. There was this VTuber group. They went by the company name of VOMs. And one of their top VTubers, Pikami, unfortunately, she's graduating, unfortunately. And that, and a lot of people, like myself, were pretty messed up by that announcement because that was the first thing you saw when you opened up Twitter. Pikuni's name trending and being like, I'm graduating. So that was something to wake up to. I physically went ill because of that. I don't understand it. Then you got some people making it about themselves, and then I became furious, so I just kind of had to get off. I had to get off Twitter for a bit. Because, like I said, you got some people are genuinely, being like, we gotta lift up people, and that's what I'm kind of on that part. Lift up people, be nice to them, be helpful to them. There are so many, trans VTubers out there right now that I would have not seen, and stuff like that. Didn't she get bullied or something over recently? Yeah, she got bullied because she announced that she was gonna play Hogwarts. I don't even like the funny wizard game. I hate Harry Potter, actually. I've never liked it ever since I was even a kid. But even I was like, this thing must literally bring people back to life for the amount of harassment that people have received. And you got some people saying that there's no harassment. Bro, let me tell you, I have seen all the harassment. In fact, there's a screenshot of Pikami's harassment going around right now from before she deleted the initial tweet of announcement. It doesn't help the fact that she was also bullied even before being a VTuber. And I relate to that, and I understand what that feeling is like, unfortunately. And so that pushed me over the edge a little bit, so I had to I mean, I got kind of caught up earlier with something else, but I was gonna stream at around 10 actually, and I just was in shock for a good couple hours. Thankfully though, we're recovering. I just hope that she stays alright. Hopefully. There's like a small sliver of chance. There's a small sliver. But if she does completely retire, then hey, what can you do about it? So, let's start reading. We'll be reading all 3 chapters today. All 90 pages. Plus 90 plus pages, so probably over 100 pages. It's been an interesting morning, everybody. So if it sounds like I'm probably quote-unquote dragging it out, it's been an interesting morning. Lots of stuff to think about just as a content creator. I already knew, what is it? I know I'm stalling. I guess I should say, I already, and hopefully that doesn't sound like I'm making it about myself. I'd say that doing that. I kind of knew all the risks of being a content creator when I even signed up for this. Everybody does. You already have to be aware of the risks when you do stuff like that. And I get the reason why people dislike the game, but attacking people for playing it and acting like they committed murder is quite excessive. Well, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Like, here's the thing, you cannot like a game. Like, what is it? I don't like, here's a good example. I don't like, and this is gonna be a controversial opinion to some people, I don't like the way that Disney's taking their direction with their black actors. Like, I tweeted about it yesterday. I don't like how they're treating their black actors like tokenism and stuff, because they only use, like, the same 5 black actors for, like, a lot of stuff. Even Zendaya had to, like, speak out about this stuff. Being like, Disney, there's more than just, like, 5 black actors in the industry. And then you got some people who will defend it being like, they chose them because they're the best for the job. No, they didn't choose them because they're the best of the job. They chose them because they're easy. Because people just accept stuff. Accept some of this. Accept hand-me-downs. Literally, I had to go on a spurge yesterday because even like me and my own... Yeah, tokenism is quite large in movies and stuff. Yeah. And just, like... Bruh, we can accept... Like, we can accept more than this, like, as like a community. But what can I expect? What can I expect, huh? I'm just one... That's one of the reasons why I became a content creator. It was a late reason, but it was a reason nonetheless, because I can see potential, even if I'm scared to do it. I want to be a black content creator, and I don't care what anybody else is gonna do. Even like when I was making my own avatar, I wasn't sure if I wanted it to be white. Not because of racism, but because I just didn't really care. And I was like, I like anime characters, why not? But then I thought to myself, why not make my character black? Why not make it reflect what I am? I may not be able to come up with the concept immediately, but I want my character to be black just to reflect me. I'm gonna make it reflect me. I've been experiencing so many emotions as of late. It's been an interesting 2 months. Examples, including newest Ghostbusters, the latest Disney movies of the past years, and so on. Yep. And the thing is, we know, and here's the thing, I know what some people are saying, it's like, it's gotta get popular, nobody's wanting to support it. It's because people aren't giving it, number one, people aren't giving it the support. Yes, we have to expect Disney and Pixar and all these people to bring in like black actors and actors from other races. But you know what? Also, why people also want to watch these movies? Because they're good. There's no reason why Encanto should have blown up the way it did. There's no reason why Encanto should have blown up. Trailer was cringe. Everything about it was cringe. But you know what it did have? It had heart. It was small scale. They had this whole grand old story when you look into the art books and stuff. And they shrunk it all down to just 3 generations. The grandma, her children, and then Mirabel and their generation. And they made it small scale, and they showed like, yeah, you can do it. It's just you gotta do it right. You see all that they cultivated a movie family within it. And that's what made something like Encanto blow up and be as successful and as loved as it is. Compare that with like what? When Disney tried to be diverse with like some of their current movies. What is it? Compare that to even like I want to say Falcon and the Winter Soldier, because I have my gripes with that. I have my gripes with that one. You got to do better, Senator. But we won't get into that, because that'll definitely trip me up, because I'm not good at topics like that. It's been an interesting 2 months. That was not something I wanted to be greeted with this morning. I try, what is it? Every time I get on stream, I try and be like as impartial, and obviously some people will see it as political. I see it more as I don't want to get into my feelings about it, because like I want to entertain you guys. I want to show you guys like sides of me that's just entertainment. And then eventually you kind of just realize sometimes you do gotta, you can't, like, what is it? You can be a full-blown pure entertainer, but you would have to be like, I don't even know how to say it. You would have to be, I can only describe it as blank. You can be a full-blown entertainer, but you would have to be blank to not at least try to speak up and say something. Ignorant? I don't know what's the best word to describe it. I find the Ghostbusters one annoying because it's so clear, like, less effort was put into it than the originals. It just so happens that all the main cast is female. My thing is, though, is that somebody actually came up with an idea of like an all-female Ghostbusters. So you can do it, but why is the YouTuber doing better than the actual Hollywood executives? Then the director, number one, they weren't a woman anyway. That's also kind of my problem with some movies, because they'll be like, yes, we have a diverse all-black cast. And then all the set designers can be anybody. I'm just gonna lay down the line. Anybody can do anything if they genuinely want to do research. Period. If I were to make, like, what is it? You got some people right now who are making anime, and obviously you can tell the difference between Japanese and American, like, animation. But if somebody cares so much about a culture, they can do anything. You can do anything. Just look at Avatar, it shows that. Avatar, Encanto, all this stuff. As long as you have the will and the wherewithal to push forward on that, you can do it. But if you're going, but like, you got some people who will be like, we are all for diversity. And I think the best example is the Raya and the Last Dragon fiasco, which I won't get into it, because while I could technically break it down, we do have to start reading. But if who was her name again? I always forget her name. She's the Asian American YouTuber who started her channel to talk about Mulan 2020. Because she didn't speak for Pacific Islanders. For what? I forgot how you say it. I think it was Pacific Islanders. Here it is. Her name was Jiran J Zhao. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm like butchering her name. She's actually one of my favorite YouTubers. And she went over like the history of, and she and many of like the is it Asian Pacific Islanders? Is it API? Is it A? Yes. Okay. I want to get that right, because I still want to like learn more about that. I still want to learn more, because I've actually because that's been like not on the rise, because that's it's kind of weird. Doing it is fine, but if you're going to do it, don't just throw it together. Compare Ghostbusters 1984 and Ghostbusters 2016. It's clear that more effort is put into the 1984 version. Yep. Or, current MCU. Compare. What is it? Okay, can I, like, tell... What is it? I've talked about this before. Man, we probably won't even be able to save this pod. I think for right now, you know what? For all intents and purposes, I think I actually will save this VOD, because usually I would delete VODs like this, but I want to keep it up because you just never know. Somebody might want to hear it. Somebody might learn something from this. What is it? Like, a good example would be, like, the MCU, because for a long time, I didn't get into the MCU, because when the MCU started, I was, like, 6? When did Iron Man come out? I was young, I was way too young to even be watching MCU. And then last year, me and my family binged the whole MCU, because, like, what is it? I caught my, mom, I was like, oh, that's the final movie in, like, the whole saga. You would, like, be spoiling yourself. And she's like, oh, like, what, let's watch them all. There is such a difference between Iron Man 1 and, like, Iron Man 3. Forget that. Iron Man 1 all the way to the end of Phase 3. There's such a contrast. Because, and then, like, the whole leaks of, like, Quantumanium, which, like, let's be real here. Did we all expect that this Ant-Man movie would be good? I love the actor that plays Ant-Man. Don't get me wrong. Dude was, like, one of the most hilarious characters. When, like, not his movie, when he was, like, bouncing off with the other MCU cast. He is so funny. Like, unreasonably. He needs his own comedy. Like, with good, like, chemistry and, like, balancing out. Like, that's funny. Doesn't change the fact that the script is kind of trash for him, though. Somebody can be a very good actor and the script can be trash. Just like how there could be a good anime opening and then the series be trash. Looking at you, Sora no Toshimono. I'll trash that series until the day I die. Had no right having a plot that good. Alright. But, yeah. That kind of sucked. That was I keep saying it, but you have no idea why, like, everybody's upset. I will say this ahead of time. Don't harass trans streamers. Don't harass them. I have my own reservations, and they're for reasons that obviously nobody on stream has any business knowing about. That being said, throughout this whole fiasco, I have found so many, like, trans streamers that have been, like, so kind. And, like, I've even, like, as of late, have been, like, I actually never thought, because obviously you don't go around asking people, like, are you trans? Because that's weird. Let's be real here. If you go around asking people that, that's kind of weird. And, like, some of the people in the trans community have been, like, the first people to, like, actually genuinely want to hang out and, like, be nice to me. Which you're like, what? Yeah, you'd be surprised. Some of the people you never expect to be nice to you are, like, the absolute kindest to you. Not because I hated anybody. I will admit that I am not. I will never be homophobic. That's kind of weird and a waste of time. But, I've always been, like, kind of intimidated a little bit by just interacting with people. And so, when they reached their hand out first, I was like, I'm not sure, but I'm willing to give it a try. And you know what? Some of the people have ever since, I'm not surprised. Yeah. I've been, like, I've just been learning. I'm still kind of confused about it, but I'm still, like, learning. There's a reason why, like, I vague tweet sometimes, being like, last year has been, like, the craziest year. Because it genuinely was the craziest year for a long time. So, you just never know. Right? What can you do? All you can do is just tell the people to be nice and be kind to each other. I guess, I don't know. Maybe pretty much. It pretty much just made me like think ahead. It got me like and I always try and think ahead. It got me to realize, hey, yeah, I gotta look out for my community and make sure that we're not being toxic. Because no matter, here's, like I said in the beginning before when I was saying we were gonna read for the past like 50 times, you're gonna have haters. I already fully expect the fact that eventually when I get bigger, I'm gonna get haters. I'm gonna get haters. I'm gonna get racist people in this chat. I'm gonna get crazy dumb people in this chat. I'm gonna get people who have never had the touch of a woman in this chat. I'm probably going to play Overwatch or Apex because I actually am pretty interested in those games. And if I unmute the chat, I'm going to get some crazy rando who's never felt the touch of a woman. So, I fully expect that. But I also fully expect the fact that not everybody is like me. I have tough skin and stuff like that. I expect that stuff. I know I fully am prepared. Maybe not super prepared. I'm not super prepared, but I'm prepared enough. I'm bracing myself far into the future, looking at stuff ahead of time to make sure that I'm as careful as possible with it. But what can you do other than what can you do other than to just I don't know. Be careful and stick out for other people. There's a reason why. What is it? What is it? I think, what is it? What is it during the whole Silvervale thing? Because I, kept quiet. I mostly kept it to Twitter. If I tweet on Twitter, here's the thing. When I tweet on Twitter, I'm putting my thoughts out there specifically on Twitter because I have nowhere else to say it, because I talk to people about this, and it's like, it's not the same. Because, even if you can tell people about it, and then, they're still, getting dogpiled and stuff like that. So you put your tweet out there to show that, oh yeah, guess what? I agree, it shouldn't have gone this far, and I also agree that you should stop. What's the real thing? Same thing with the Pikami situation, Hogwarts Legacy. Oh, when playing games like that, be careful people in game use slurs because Twitch will ban you for that. Okay, yeah. I wasn't sure if they could ban me for that because it's them saying that. But that's actually a good thing to know. I think I'm starting to remember the fact that Twitch does ban for that. What's Silverwell thing? Oh, they can ban. Oh, they can and they will. Okay. Is it different? I'm kind of, as you guys can tell, it's been a year. It's been 2 months in the year. We're going on the first day of the third month, and we're already, there is no clock anymore. There's no clock anymore. It's just a pile of ashes by this point. And with how Twitch is, will enforce they may do an arbitrary permaban. No, I'm black. I can get away. I have an N-word pass. Okay, I will say this also ahead of time. If I say anything that's out of character, like a swear word or a curse word, that's me being pushed over the absolute edge of the top edgiest edge. Which means you're probably never gonna hear a swear word out of me. I do not swear. I do not swear on stream. I don't even swear in real life. I remember I got one of my projects that I did. I had to have my stuff moved to the late night slot because the topics I dealt with were super serious, and I still didn't even swear on those because I just don't see the point in swearing. It's me. It's just me. Dun, 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 dun. Some people. I know for some people, they're probably gonna see my streams. Listen, look guys, I'm gonna end up on Rev Says Des' channel. Joke's on you. I like Rev Says Des. That's fair, I don't swear much IRL, and most of the time when I do, it's because I'm quoting someone and I'm quoting them word for word. True. Alright then, everybody. We're logging off for today. Turns out I'm not feeling well. Just kidding. We're not logging off for today. We're not logging off. As you can see, for those in the VOD, we have plenty more hours left. And then there's the whole Wachter drama, which I'm not even gonna touch with like a 10-foot pole. Wachter knows what they're doing. Every time I see Wachter trending, I'm just like, you guys are gonna die one of these days. Because of how much, like, how much stupid they keep doing. Alright then. I guess we should get started. This isn't a drama channel. We're not gonna be talking about drama all day. Well, this feels like it. Can you even label it as drama? Pretty much by this point now. Result of self-imposed ban on swearing till I was 18. Did not even bother to tell parents I was doing that till I was 18. Makes sense. It's your thoughts, your body, your actions. I guess pretty much by the end of this whole thing, it just kind of shows you, be careful, don't trust people who claim to be allies. Don't trust people who say they're allies. Trust me, I have seen so many people who say they're allies and throw slurs like crazy. In fact, one of the, what is it? Like, what is it? It was one of the reasons why for a while, I didn't want to play Guilty Gear. Because I've never played a fighting game like Guilty Gear. And I really, really, really wanted to get into Guilty Gear. But I didn't want to get in because of the whole, Bridget debacle. Because, if you know, you know. But, also, one of the reasons was because people who actually were trans, who were telling people that, hey, Bridget could set a precedent for the community, were getting thrown slurs left and right by actual people who claim to be allies, and I did actually see it. And I was just like, I don't want to associate with people who are so-called allies, because people can be an ally all they want. You see it all the time in the black community. It's dumb. It's crazy dumb. And so I'm more of the opinion that your actions speak louder. And you know what Silver did? She was like, hey, guess what? You guys are still awesome, even despite the fact that I was harassed. Because that could have easily turned into I hate. And I don't want to hate like that. In fact, like I said, I've encountered so many trans people in the community who have just been absolutely awesome and adorable and amazing. In fact, I've found like more that I'm like, bro, I actually kind of want to follow you. Your content's kind of great. Like Nuki. Nuki is so adorable. I gotta shout them out. They haven't streamed in a bit because I was like planning on like heading to a stream, and I was like, I realized their like last stream was like 2 or 3 months ago, and I was like, dang, I want to watch Nuki stream. No drama would be talking about the VTuber who accused artists recently. This stuff not drama. That was not drama. That was a comedy. I'm sorry. I saw that literally like I saw that. That was not drama. That was a comedy. Cause I was confused and I was like, man, I'm like, what? How could you not? How? This is funny. I'm sorry, that was funny. For those that don't know what I'm talking about, quite a number of quote-unquote allies are quote-unquote allies, so they can use the slurs associated with that group without consequences. Exactly. And so, like, if I don't say anything, and if I don't do anything, it's not because I don't want to, it's just the fact that I want to kind of figure it out myself. There's a lot of things I'm still learning the more I like look into things. So there's that. And so if I don't do anything, it's not because I'm not doing anything on purpose. It's just the fact that I'm still looking into stuff because you never know and you want to be careful. Money is money. You don't want to put it into something that can like actually hurt people. What is it? I haven't started yet, but like one thing that I'm looking into is charities for autism, because obviously I've talked about that. I've worked with autistic people. And I've like learned more like don't donate to Autism Speaks. I think that's the name that they did. Yeah, that VTuber is now not so liked. Bro, that was a comedy. I'm sorry. And you're probably wondering, why is it a comedy? It's not a comedy because they called the artist out and then got blasted for it. It was the original comment it was the original post they commented under. That was the most explicit title anyone could ever get, and that's what makes it hilarious. If you're wondering what it is, look up Rev Says Des is... What is it? What's the video title? Look up Rev's video title, VTuber attacks artist and instantly regrets it. That one was so unnecessarily funny. I was waiting for him all day to release it because it was so... it was so... I sound like a chalkboard. I'm sorry. That whole drama was so funny. I wasn't even looking for that drama. Somebody had screenshotted the artist post, and that was how I found out about it, because it was just in my recommendations for some reason, and all I could do was like, I was confused. I was like, what happened? And then I looked more into it and I'm like, this is not a drama, this is a dramedy. I keep saying I'm gonna move forward, but I'm not gonna move forward by this point. Maybe we do 2 chapters. Maybe we just do 2 chapters a day. Maybe we won't be able to do 3. Maybe just 2. Oh yes, please do not donate to them. Autism Speaks is really, really bad. It like has some real horrible past. Yes, definitely. Like, listen. I say this from somebody who like. I'm not trying to brag. I don't like bragging like I'm taking care of autistic people, because trust me, taking care of autistic people is just a very humbling experience. It is a very humbling experience. I'm not lying when I tell you that. And I take stuff like that very seriously. Obviously, you have like your occasional joke here and there where it's like there's no room for jokes. Blah, 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 blah. But like I do take that stuff very seriously when like the time is right. And when it comes to money and stuff like that and donations and stuff, I always try and be careful with that as much as possible. I had to learn that like at a young age, being like, I can't, like when I was younger, but I remember like the biggest lesson I ever learned. I learned it later, but I learned it at the time. How my mom, she gave this lady there was this lady who was always in front of this Burger King. And what ended up happening was the fact that she saw her all the time. And so what the lady wanted was she wanted money. And my mom saw her, and our dad was like, no, do not give her anything to eat. And obviously our mom's like, even you guys are probably wondering, like, why not give her something to eat? She's probably hungry. And so my mom used the little money she had at the time and bought the lady a full meal at that Burger King. And when we looped around to leave, she saw the lady throw the bag away because she wanted the money. And you probably are already guessing what she was probably going to use the money for. And so it's stuff like that I'm like, money is money. You don't like mess with that. And so you always want to be careful about who you help, who you give your money to, whoever. Stuff like that. You always want to be careful. I'm stalling a little bit, but at the same time, I feel like I really kind of wanted to get this stuff off my chest. So, maybe in the future, I won't do it now, but definitely in the future, I will be doing charities like that. Because that's something I'm passionate about. Like I said, you guys are probably like, it's a humbling experience. Trust me, it's a very humbling experience. You start to realize, not only do you start to realize, like, how to take care of people, you start to realize how to take care of yourself. Because if you're really bad at taking care of yourself, you're not going to really do right taking care of people. And so, if you take care of them, you start to realize small things in your life where you're like, oh, I'm not doing right with myself. And I gotta do better with myself, the people around me, all that type of stuff. It's something. Like, has recommended autistic people go to a clinic and treats them subhuman to fix them using electric shock. Strong. You see, it's people like that it's not gonna fix them. Yeah, autism speaks very bad. Jeez. I will never understand people that do stuff like that. They can't, like, okay, so here's the thing. Like, I've talked about it. The people that I have helped, the people that I have been raised around, they had severe autism. So they couldn't, and this is why I feel passionately about that. I'm probably gonna have to put a timestamp on when I actually start reading, though I find this, you guys are probably finding this way more entertaining than me reading, what is a network? A network in general is a connection system of objects or people. But I'm listing the stuff they have done that would get you banned. They done worse, yeah. Like, I've been around people who would not, yeah. Like, what is it? Would not get you banned. Okay. I'm like, you're getting me banned? What is it? I've been around people who have been on the severe end of the autistic scale. Since I was even, like, a kid. Like, 6 years old. Because, that's just how my family was. Because we wanted to help people like that. Even some people, like, just some people in my family were like that. And so we would help. And I would play and I would try and interact with them because they're just kids like me. And then as I got older, I'm like, why would you want to hurt people like that? They can't do anything, especially those on the severe scale. Here's the thing. For someone on the lower end of the scale, they're autistic, they may not show it, they still need our help. But then you got some people who do this stuff to people on the severe end of things and treat them like subspecies humans, genuine subspecies humans, because say what you want, that's not right. That's just not right, and it actually makes me angry because when they're on the severe end, they can't do anything. They can't brush their teeth. They can only, like, act on what they can do, like A good example is how one time I had to take care of an older gentleman, and he didn't know what to do. He only had like toys around him because he liked children's toys. And the thing is though is that when he gets toys that are his, he clutches onto them for life because he wants that for himself. And so when you take it from him, he goes into full like panic because he wants his stuff with him, because that makes him feel safe. It's what he gets, because he doesn't get a lot, because a lot of the things he does, he tears them to pieces sometimes. So when he does get something that he really likes, as long as you help him take care of it, you won't tear him apart. And they go into sometimes they go full instinct, full kind of ballistic, because they want to feel safe. And you got people who treat that like, you gotta fix that, you gotta cure that. And it's like, sometimes you don't need a cure. Sometimes they can bring you some of the best smiles and the best love that you will probably never see a quote-unquote normal person do. I just never understand. I just don't understand. I don't understand. Why would you want to hurt somebody who can't even defend themselves? Forget about, like, children. You can't, I never understand that, because they're going to grow up and they're probably going to get back at you. An autistic person will never be able to do anything. So you hurting them does nothing but hurt you, because eventually you're going to get reported. I just don't understand people who do stuff like that. I just don't understand. We went from Pika-Me to trans rights to Silverveil to autism speaks. And just, I guess if we really want to wrap this whole section up, before I'm gonna like take a step out for a bit and then come back in. I guess pretty much, the theme of this whole section will be defend the weak. Don't bully the weak. Don't be mean to people who are weak. It's not gonna help you, it's not gonna help them. And if you see somebody being harassed and being hurt, don't let them be harassed and hurt. It's alright to admit when you're wrong. It's alright to admit that you failed. I failed multiple times. That's why I said I worked with autistic people. Do you know how many failures you can have in that industry if you're not careful? They're permanently stuck in a section of their lives that they're not able to do for probably until the end. Whether they find an actual quote-unquote cure or not. They're gonna be like that for the rest of their life. You can't get allies, you can't get people who genuinely want to love and care for you if you're like telling them stuff like, oh, you're a terrible person. That's not listen, we may never be allies for the rest of our lives. You know what I still am gonna do? I'm still gonna stick up for those people. Show them the best love that I can do. And if I get hate for it, I'm not gonna say, you can't tell me that I didn't still love you despite that, and I'll still love you afterwards. That's just how it is, because I genuinely want to spread love. What's the point of being all hateful? All it does is just make us sad and cry in the end. It's not even like a good cry. It's an ugly cry, because now we have nobody in our lives to help us. It's been an interesting year and a half. Not even year and a half. By the way, technically the correct term is low-functioning autism, not severe. Some people find terms insulting, although even this termage is starting to be phased out in favor of level 1 through 3 system. Oh, I didn't know about that. That's actually good to know. I didn't know about that. I actually will look into that. Thank you, Music Boy. Ah. I almost blurted out what I was gonna say, but then I realized, oh wait, that might get me discovered. And not in a good way. But actually, I actually will look into that because I did not know that they changed. I know that they moved Asperger's into the autism, like the autistic spectrum, but I did not know that they are starting to phase out some of the definitions and stuff. So again, I'll look into it. All right, thank you for updating me on that. So that will be me. Alright, then I shall step out just for a quick moment, and then we can actually start reading, because, well, we wrapped up everything for that section. It was just something I had on my mind for a long while, and I know it's kind of out of character for a lot of people for me to, like, say stuff like that, because I don't want to talk about this stuff, because I came in here wanting to be an entertainer, too. But I think I guess you can say, a time and a place for everything. There's a reason why that phrase exists in the first place. So, let's just move on with the day. Don't worry, I'm not insulted. I have autism, so feel free to ask questions. Also, some of the info was incorrect, but mostly fine. Well, tell me about it. It's mostly from my own experience because you have no idea. But I'm like a quote unquote normal person, so I can say all this stuff and be like, I think I'm correct, and like it's not actually correct. So I totally want to learn. So I'll be right back, and we shall continue to start reading, and then we'll take breaks between chapters, and I actually want to talk more about that. All right, so see you in a minute. There we go. We're back. We're back. A lot of things to note. The terms used mostly just matter because you are a streamer, so people will look for reasons to attack you. True. True. I forgot. All right. I forgot I had the stream on my phone. I was trying to look to see how it looked. All right. Just a little delayed, but nothing too bad. Too bad. Nothing too bad. True. 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 I am willing to learn, mostly because even now I'm still learning more about people with autism, so I'm willing to learn about that because like you can never like not have too much knowledge in life. I'm like learning like I said, I say the past last year and these couple months on purpose because genuinely I have had like the biggest wake-up call shocking experience, not on my end, just how kind of life sometimes just turns out, even if you want life to not turn out the way it does. Like what is it, you see it coming, but like you know that like it's still painful to deal with. So I still want to learn because things change every year, every day, every minute, every second. If the world blipped like that just tomorrow, you want to learn all you can today. True. That's why, like I said earlier, also, I fully expect it, like anything, like, what is it? You got people who, like, don't like Pippa. They don't like the Pipster. Call her, like, what is it? Alt-right? I'm like, Pippa? Pippa? Pippa's the alt-right one? I mean, she's based, but really? So I fully expect it. Though I still will say, again, thank you for telling me about the Apex chats and stuff, because good. You know good and well I would have been entertaining so many stupid people. I would be entertaining so many stupid people. I probably will entertain just a few people. There's a reason why I call those people who have never touched a woman in their life, because the closest thing they'll ever touch to a woman is when they were a baby breastfeeding from their mom. Alright. Am I out of pocket today? Good. Now you're probably into my streams and realizing that I am a not so chill person after all. Oh, the terms change super often. I need to look up what the level system was a few days ago. Oh, so, okay, so it like changes a lot faster than like some systems. Okay, that makes sense. That actually does make sense. Looking into it, cause what is it? I remember for like. What was it? Like last time somebody tried making a chart for dyslexic, for people who with dyslexia. And not even I could read it or really focus on it. Not because the person did a bad job, but because it was hard to look at. Because they had bolded specific letters, and then as I kept reading, I just kept looking at the screen and was like, I can't read this. It's too distracting. Oh yes, changed at least 5 times in my life, probably more. Yeah. Hey, that happens all the time. What is it? I just learned, apparently, I learned about, recently? And you think I'm like, wait, you really learned about that just recently? And I'm like, yes, I learned about it just recently. What was it? I think it was, AAV. African American vernacular, and I was like, because let's be real here. If you didn't see my model and my screen was black, I talk pretty white. I talk pretty white. I do that on purpose. I try to be as formal as possible. Every time you see me, what is it? Unless you are probably like the same age as me, or at least like within my age bracket, I am going to call you Miss or Mister. If you are like at least like an authority like above me, I will call you Miss or Mister. I am that type of formal person. Alright. Okay. We're so gonna have to timestamp all of this. We're so gonna have to. Even seeing your model, I didn't know your race until you first told me. Yeah. I'm not somebody who's gonna be like trying to please people. I just, like I said, I did my model for me. So if I made my model green, it would have, like, green. I'm green. But I wanted to do it because I'm like, you know what, why not? I want to actually, like, not quote-unquote learn to draw black characters, but definitely embrace more part of myself. I'm not ashamed of it, but I do realize, like, I don't really focus on it. I'm just kind of like, oh, well, that's pretty. So I kind of just do it, and so I was like, what do I think? What would I call a pretty avatar? Well, I like this art style with these attributes, so I'm going to add those to my model. You guys are going to like my new model when I finally finish that. I haven't touched that thing in a year. I'm learning how to draw hands, so hopefully I can redo the hands. And apply those to the model. I gotta like redo the jacket because the jacket looks so jank. Not super jank, but jank enough. But, alright everybody, now that we're finally back on track, we're probably gonna have to timestamp this in the comment section. But, we will continue reading now. So we're now on chapter 7. I think we might just do 2 chapters today, and then come back tomorrow. Uses AI generator to make model, ends up with 9-finger model. That's my thing. Like, here's the thing. Like, AI art. If you like AI art, go ahead and do it. The problem is though, don't claim to be an artist. Don't claim to be the artist. Because if you are an artist, then the person who programmed it is not a real programmer. The programmer is the artist because they made the model to do what it is. You are just a middleman. Alright, let's start because I know good and well that if we keep going, we're gonna do we spent a whole hour talking. I could have spent that whole hour reading. But I gotta get it done. We were gonna do it 2 days ago, and then I had planned to do reading for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and that failed immensely. So we're just gonna do it all today. Alright. What is a network? A network in general is a connected system of objects or people. This discussed in chapter 1. A computer network is a collection of computers and other hardware devices connected together so that the network user can share hardware, software, and data, as well as communicate with each other electronically. Today, computer networks are converging with telephone networks and other connection networks. I'm seeing these words right? Probably just my pronunciation. With both data and voice being sent over these networks. Computer networks range from small private networks to the internet and are widely used by individuals and businesses today. For most businesses, computer networks are essential. They enable employees to share expensive resources, access the internet, and communicate with each other, as well as with business partners and customers. They facilitate the exchange and collaboration of documents, and they are often a key component of the ordering and inventory and I can't pronounce anything today. Went on a whole rant, can't pronounce anything. In addition, they allow individuals to access a wide variety of information, services, and entertainment, as well as share data such as digital photos, downloaded movies, and music. Among the networked devices in a home. On the go, networks enable individuals to work from remote locations, locate information whenever and wherever it is needed, and stay in touch with others. Networking applications. Today, there are a wide variety of important networking applications used by businesses and individuals for communications, information retrieval, and other applications. Some of the most common networking applications are described next. For a look at emerging networking applications, wireless power, see the How box. I'm not going to do the How box. The How-to box. How it works box. No. The internet. As previously discussed, the internet is the largest computer network in the world. Many networking applications today, such as information retrieval, shopping, entertainment, and email, take place via the internet. Accessing web pages and exchanging email were discussed in Chapter 1. Additional internet-based activities are covered in Chapter 8. Telephone service. The original telephone network, sometimes called the plain old telephone service, POTS. Some acronyms I look at and I'm like, wow, I too remember the POTS. Was one of the first communication networks. This network is still used today to provide telephone service to conventional landline phones and is used for some types of internet connection. Mobile phones, also called wireless phones, are phones that used a wireless network for communications instead of the regular telephone. Telephone network. Billions of mobile phones are in use worldwide, and more than 90% of Americans own a mobile phone. In fact, mobile phones may be the only telephone alternative in developing countries and other locations with a poor landline telephone infrastructure. Even in developed countries, however, many individuals, nearly 1/2 of Americans, according to a recent report, have dropped their conventional landline telephone service and are using their mobile phones as their primary telephones. Companies that provide mobile phone services are commonly called wireless providers. Oh, telephones, those are fun to study. Definitely, probably more fun to study if I wasn't reading this book. We actually used to own a landline. I liked those landlines. I kind of wish landlines would come back. There was something special about it. Something special about there's what is it? We had like iPhones and stuff like that, but there was something special about getting a landline call. At least to me personally. Book error count so far 1. Dated. Call it the dated book count. Dated book count so far 1. In developing countries, blah blah blah, infrastructure. Even in developing countries, blah blah, wireless provider. In addition to making telephones calls, most mobile phones today are smartphones and so can be used for a wide variety of purposes, such as exchanging email and text messages, viewing web pages, and watching TV shows. Some smartphones can also be used to pay for goods or services and to unlock doors. These types of smartphone appliance applications are more prominent in countries like Asia and Europe that have a larger history of mobile phone use than the United States. But they are now available in the United States as well. The most common type of mobile phone is the cellular cell phone, which communicates via cellular technology. Cell phone service is available in most populated areas in the United States, but coverage varies depending on location because cell phones need to be within range of a cell tower to function. As described later in this chapter, some cell phones today are dual-mode phones that allow users to make telephone calls using more than one communication network. Hold on real quick, everybody. Most home phones use voice over IP. If it does not have a cord to headset, it VoIP. Voice over IP. Let me see that. I've never heard of that before. VoIP. I make acronyms out of everything. VoIP. VoIP. Dual mode phones, blah 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 blah, such as via two different cellular standards, or both. Users make telephone calls using more than one communication network, such as via two different cellular standards, or via both a cellular and a Wi-Fi network. This allows us users to carry a single device and, at any given time, use the network that is available, least expensive, or has the needed capabilities. For example, service from the wireless provider Republic the wireless is designed to work with a cellular/Wi-Fi dual mode phone. When a subscriber makes a phone call, the phone tries to connect via a Wi-Fi network, such as using a home or office Wi-Fi network in order to use that network's internet connection to make the call. If a Wi-Fi network is not available or the signal becomes too weak, the phone places or continues the call via cellular network. Cellular Wi-Fi dual mode phones and Wi-Fi calling are also becoming available via other wireless providers, such as T-Mobile. They allow users to save on cell phone minutes because they can receive and place calls via Wi-Fi when they are in range of a Wi-Fi network, and via cellular network when they are not of range of a Wi-Fi network. Another but less common type of mobile phone is the satellite phone, refer again to blah, which communicates via satellite technology, also described in detail later in this chapter. Although more expensive than cellular service, satellite phone coverage is typically much broader, often on a country-by-country basis. And some satellite phone services over the entire Earth. Consequently, satellite phones are most often used by individuals such as soldiers, journalists, wilderness guides, and researchers traveling in remote areas where continuous cellular service may not be available. They are also useful during times when cellular service might be interrupted, such as during a hurricane or other emergency. An emerging option is the cellular satellite dual mode phone that can be used with cellular service when it is available, and then switch to satellite service when cellular service is unavailable. Let's see. True, landlines also keep working even if your power goes out. Yeah. Cause like the phone, what is it? We had like the specific type of landline we had was like a charge landline. So you put it in the thing and it would charge just until you would need it, and then took it out. You took it out of the charger and then you called whoever you needed to call. So if the power went out, it was still there. It was still there. We got rid of it though because it got old, broken, died. Nobody makes them anymore. It's sad, really. It's sad. I still remember one time I called... No, we're not. That's too much of an embarrassing story. Television and radio broadcasting. Ooh, that! Two other original communication networks are broadcasting television networks and radio networks. These networks are still used to deliver TV and radio content to the public, though some of this content is also available via the internet today, as discussed in Chapter 8. Other networks involved are with video content delivery are cable TV networks, satellite TV networks, and the private closed-circuit television CCTV system used by businesses for surveillance and security purposes. Cable and satellite networks are also used today to provide access to the internet. Global positioning... It's a GPS, guys! GPS applications! That's VoIP. Yay. Oh, so we did have a VoIP phone! Okay. Oh. Okay, now I'm getting it. I'm getting it, guys. I'm getting it. Look, I'm telephoning. GPS applications. The Global Positioning System (GPS) network consists of 24 Department of Defense GPS satellites, or in orbit approximately approximately 12,000 miles above the Earth. They are used for location and navigation purposes. A GPU receiver measures the distance between the receiver and 4 GPS satellites simultaneously, based on how long radio signals, which travel at the speed of light, take to travel between the receiver and satellite. To determine the receiver's exact geographic location, these receivers are accurate to within 3 meters, less than 10 feet. GPS receivers, C-BLA, are commonly used by individuals to determine their geographic location while hiking and to obtain driving directions while traveling. GPS receivers are also commonly used on the job, such as by surveyors, farmers, fishermen, and public safety personnel. In addition to relaying location information, GPS can be used to guide vehicles and equipment. For example, to locate and dispatch ambulances, police cars, and other emergency vehicles, or to guide bulldozers and other construction equipment automatically, using that vehicle's pre-programmed instructions. GPS is used by the military to guide munitions in trucks, as well as to track military aircraft, ships, and submarines. Most smartphones today use GPS capabilities, which allow the use of location-specific services and applications, such as using your location in driving directions, web searches, social media activities, and other locations-aware apps. Directions and apps. See the Foursquare app and blah 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 blah. GPS capabilities are also built into consumer devices that are designed for a specific purpose, such as a wearable fitness device that uses GPS technology to record workout data for running or runners and cyclists. Lol, what is it? To use internet to make calls. Lol, GPS is way more accurate than that. Well, you see, this is 2016 GPS's Music Boy. It's different. Yesterday's GPS is not the same as today's GPS. One more recent concern regarding GPS technology is the possibility that aging GPS satellites might fail and consequently interrupt GPS services before new replacement satellites can be lost. There must be 24 GPS satellites in orbit for any given time in order to have at least 4 satellites in view from anywhere on the planet. Currently, there are 31 GPS satellites in orbit, so that satellites can be serviced or decommissioned as needed. The current GPS system is GPS-2. The next generation system, GPS-3, is currently under development and will be more powerful and more accurate than the current system. The first GPS-3 satellite is launched in 2017. We did not replace satellites until recently. They're still more accurate than your book says. So much. There's just so much. I'm learning. Music Boy is my teacher. Then the miscalculations. You know, this book was written. Yesterday's GPSs are not today's GPSs. Hold on. Monitoring. I always end up missing this one. Yeah, those satellite 3s are up now. Yep. What is it? Monitoring. I always mess up monitoring. Monitoring systems use networking technology to determine the current location or status of an object. Some monitoring systems in use today use the RFID tags and RFID readers discussed in Chapter 4 to monitor the status of the objects, such as shipping boxes, livestock, or expensive equipment, to which the RFID tags are attached. Other monitoring systems use GPS technology. For instance, many law enforcement ankle bracelet monitoring systems use GPS to detect if the offender has left his or her authorized area. And the OnStar system built into many GM cars use GPS to locate vehicles when the occupant activates the service, or when sensors indicate that the car was involved in involved in an acupuncture in an accident. I actually had OnStar at one point. It's alright. I think the only useful thing about it, though, was the fact that one time I locked myself out of the car, and I had to call them to be like, hey, can you unlock my car? And they were like, yeah. Yeah, you can. There are also vehicle monitoring systems that are installed in cars by parents and employers to monitor the location and use of the vehicle by children or employees, respectively, using network technology. Child monitoring systems allow parents to monitor the physical location of their children. Both types of monitoring systems typically record a location history. Many also allow the location of a vehicle or child to be tracked in real time via a website or mobile app. Some systems can even be used to set up a virtual fence for a child or car or maximum allowable car speed. The parent or employer is notified, usually via text message, anytime the child or vehicle leaves the prescribed geographical area, or the vehicle being monitored, or the child being monitored is riding in exceeds the designated speed. Child monitoring system often include additional features such as the ability to have the child's location pushed to the parent's device at regular intervals, the ability to have the parent notified of the child is within 500 feet of a registered sex offender, and an OSS button that the child can press if he or she is lost or afraid. Gotta love the fact that you're registered. I'm sorry, I'm getting reminded of did he ever respond? So I'm not gonna say the YouTuber's name because I'm not sure, because I don't think we're still sure if he responded or let me see. He did not. It's been like a week and he hasn't said anything. Though granted, he did say he was taking a break. It was crazy. Alright, blah blah blah, afraid. The child monitoring system shown in figure blah also is available as a smartphone app for teenagers. Similar GPS systems are designed to be used to track elderly parents or by individuals who are hiking or traveling so they can be located if they become lost or injured. Who? I'm not going to say who it is because it's not confirmed if he actually is. Oh, the VTuber guy? If we're talking about you know who, I'm not gonna say anything because I know he said he was going to come out, the mask guy. Yes. He's probably, I think I may have already mentioned his name. Hopefully it all turns out to be false because number one, I don't want the person to get in trouble and I don't want him to get in trouble. But if it turns out to be true, oh boy, is somebody going to have a bad time. 2023 is it's just not a lot of people's year. I'm saying this ahead of time. If something happens, it's not me. It's somebody faking to be me. Just I just don't understand. Another area in which monitoring systems are frequently used is home healthcare. With the U.S. population aging, a variety of home medical monitoring systems are available to monitor elderly or inform individuals and to notify someone if a possible problem is detected. For instance, electronic medical monitors take the vital signs of an individual, such as weight, blood sugar readings, or blood pressure, or prompts an individual to answer questions, such as if he or she has eaten yet that day or has taken prescribed medication. These monitors then transfer readings or the individual's responses to a healthcare provider via the internet or a telephone network for evaluation and feedback, and to detect potential problems as early as possible. Other monitoring systems use sensors, devices that respond to a stimulus, such as heat, light, or pressure, and generate the electrical signal that can be measured or interpreted. The sensors are usually small and lightweight, contain the necessary hardware and software to sense and record the appropriate data, as well as transmit the data to other devices in the network, and include a power source, typically a battery. Sensors can be included in a network anytime there is a situation with measurable criteria that needs precise, automatic, and continual monitoring. For example, sensor networks can be used during transport to monitor the temperature inside cargo containers to ensure that products stay within their allowed temperature range. In pharmaceutical plants, and to monitor temperature and relative humidity in the drug development process, and in homes to manage and control devices such as smart appliances and heating cooling systems. For example, the thermostat shown in figure block contains temperature, humidity, activity, and light sensors, can be controlled via a mobile app, and can program itself based on the activity within the home. IBM expects to see the use of sensor technology expand to additional areas in the future, such as nano-sized sensors embedded in paint that helps manage the energy use of a building, or as coating applied to plumbing systems to detect leaks and other potential problems. Multimedia network. A growing use of home networks is to deliver digital multimedia content such as digital photos, digital music, home movies, streaming movies, and recorded TV shows to devices such as computers, mobile devices, televisions, and home entertainment systems on that network. Home networks are also used to connect smart TVs to the internet, while sometimes the necessary networks capable are building into the device being used, such as smart TVs with wireless technology built in, a streaming media player such as an Apple TV or a Roku device. They talked about Roku. That's relevant. That's relevant now in 2023. Roku's relevant. Can be used to connect a conventional television to your home network to deliver content from your network device or the internet to that television. The most common multimedia network standards available today are discussed later in this chapter. Other multimedia network devices are designed to place shift multimedia content that is to allow individuals to view their multimedia content in a more convenient location. For instance, an individual with a Sling box installed at home can both control and view programs from their home TV or DVR via a portable computer or mobile device in order to watch local news while out of town, watch a recorded TV show while at the beach, or start recording a TV show from the office. The newest Sling boxes also allow you to wirelessly transfer photos and videos from your mobile device to your home TV via your home network. There are a lot of paid placement in this book. Roku is basically Netflix, but not run by idiots. And you know what? Can I tell you something, Music Boy? You're absolutely correct, because we actually have a Roku. Literally, Disney Plus is a better Netflix. They're literally just are like, you want your show? Watch your show. You want 101 Dalmatians for the 50? You want to watch 101 Dalmatians for the 50th time? Here you go. I don't see Opera. Opera didn't have enough money back then. Video conferencing, collaborative computing, and telecommunicating. Video conferencing is the use of network technology to conduct real-time, face-to-face meetings between individuals physically located in different places. Video conferencing can take a place between individuals using their personal computers and the internet, or it can take place using two smartphones or other mobile devices with video conferencing, sometimes called a video call or video chat. Capabilities. Larger business video conferences often take place via a dedicated video conferencing setup using telepresence video conferencing, in which participants appear life-size to more closely mimic a real-time meeting environment. Although telepresence conferencing setups are expensive, with travel becoming increasingly more expensive and time-consuming. Many businesses view video conferencing as a viable replacement for face-to-face meetings. Telepresence video conferencing is also used in educational settings to hold live class in multiple locations simultaneously. For instance, and in public locations such as airports and hospitals, to provide language translation systems for nonverbal languages such as American Sign Language. No one uses telepresence that I know of. I wouldn't be surprised. That sounds super expensive. If it's like capturing your body, definitely super expensive. If it sounds like I'm eating, it's because I am. I'm hungry. Networking technology is also widely used today with the collaborative software tool to enable individuals to work together on documents and other project components. This trend towards online collaboration is usually called workgroup computing or collaborative computing. For many industries, collaboration is a very important business tool. For example, engineers and architects commonly collaborate on designs. Advertising firms and other businesses often route proposals, presentations, and other important documents to several individuals from comments before preparing the final version for a client. And newspaper, magazine, and book editors must read and edit drafts from articles and books before they are published. Instead of these types of collaborations taking place on paper, as in the past, collaboration tools such as Microsoft Office markup tools and specialized collaboration software are used in conjunction with the networking technology, typically a company network or the internet, to allow multiple individuals to edit and make comments to it in a document without destroying the original content. Once a document has been reviewed by all individuals, the original author can read the comments and accept or reject changes that others have made. Some collaboration software also includes shared calendars, project schedules, and video conferencing tools. The availability of video conferencing, collaborative computing, and other tools such as the internet, email, and smartphones has made telecommunicating a viable option for many individuals. While telecommunicating, individuals work from a remote location, typically their phones, and communicate with their place of business and clients via network technologies. Telecommunicating allows the employee to be flexible, such as to work non-traditional work hours or remain with the company after a relocation. It also enables a company to save on office and parking space, as well as office-related expenses such as electricity. As an environmental plus, telecommunicating helps cut down on the traffic and pollution caused by traditional work commuting. In addition, it gives a business the possibility to continue operations during situations that may affect the employee's ability to get to the office, such as during hurricanes, during a bridge or highway closure, or during a flu outbreak. As a result, many experts suggest businesses include telecommunicating procedures in their business continuity plans, even if they don't intend to use telecommunication on a regular basis. Business continuity plans and disaster recoveries are discussed in detail in Chapter 9. Telemedicine. Phew. Hold on real quick, everybody. Alright, we're back. I was gonna take a break. Well, I did take a break just now. But I started reading a little bit more of the telemedicine. Pretty much just, stuff like that. Network technology, medical information and services. Where I got all the way down to, for example, healthcare workers at a rural location, child care facilities, and other locations can use video cameras, electronic stethoscopes, and other devices to send images and vital statistics of a patient to a physician located at a medical facility, and individuals can get a medical consultation from their homes. Video conferencing robots or systems that can be used to allow physicians to communicate remotely with their physician or with hospital patients enables individuals living in remote areas to consult with a specific or otherwise receive medical care. Another example of telemedicine is telesurgery, a form of robot-assisted surgery, where a robot controlled by a physician operates on the patient, in which at least one of the surgeons performs the operation by controlling the robot remotely over the internet or another network. Robot-assisted surgery systems typically use cameras to give the human surgeon an extremely close view of the surgical area. As a result, robot-assisted surgery is typically more precise and accurate in smaller incisions than those made by a human surgeon, allowing for less invasive surgery. For example, not having a crack through the rib cage to access the heart, and resulting in less pain for the patient, a faster recovery time, and fewer potential complications. Telemedicine has enormous potential for providing quality medical care to individuals who live in rural or underdeveloped areas and who do not have access to sufficient medical care. Telemedicine will also be necessary for future long-term space exploration, such as a trip to Mars and back that may take 2 years or more, because astronauts will undoubtedly need medical care while on the journey. In fact, NASA astronauts and physicians have performed a telesurgery experiment in the Aquarius Undersea Laboratory 50 feet below the ocean surface to help in the development of a robot unit that will eventually allow physicians to perform surgery remotely on patients who are in outer space. Some individuals envision the eventual use of portable robot-assisted technology, telesurgery units in space, war zones, and other environments where access to surgeons is extremely limited. Network characteristics. Networks can be identified by a variety of characteristics, including whether they are designed for wired or wireless access, their topology, their architecture, and their size or coverage area. These topics are described in the next few sections. Wired versus wireless networks. Wired versus wireless networks. Networks can be designed for access via wired or wireless connections. With a wired network connection, the computer and other devices on the network are physically connected via cabling to the network. With a wireless connection, usually radio, signals are used to send data through the air between devices. Instead of using physical cables, wired networks include conventional telephone networks, cable TVs, and the wired network commonly found in schools, businesses, and government facilities. Wireless networks include conventional television and radio networks, cellular phone networks, satellite TV networks, and the wireless networks commonly found in homes, schools, and businesses. Wireless networks are also found in many public locations, such as coffee houses, businesses, airports, hotels, and libraries. to provide internet access to what? To users while they are on the go via public wireless hotspots. Alright, hold on everybody. Alright, this is starting to get really dumb with how I keep going back and forth. Thought people were here, people aren't here. Thought I was done, not done. A wired wireless connection. And why not start over? Networks can be designed for access via wired or wireless connection. With a wired network connection, the computers and other devices in the network are physically connected via cabling on the network. With a wireless network connection, wireless, usually radio, signals are used to send data through the air between devices, instead of using physical cables. Wired networks include conventional telephone networks, cable, TV networks, and the wired network commonly found in schools, businesses, and government facilities. Wireless networks include conventional television, radio networks, cellular telephone networks, satellite TV networks, and the wireless networks commonly found in homes, schools, and businesses. We are just going through the motions. Alright. Little spat we gotta deal with. Right. Businesses. Wireless networks are also found in many public locations, such as coffee houses, businesses, airports, hotels, and libraries, to provide internet access to users while they are on the go via public wireless hotspots. For a look at how wireless hotspots and other technologies are being used in baseball and football stadiums, no. Many networks today are accessible via both wired and wireless connections. For instance, a business may have a wired main company network to which the computers in the employee's office are always connected, as well as provide wireless access to the network for visitors and employees to use while in waiting rooms, conference rooms, and other locations within the office building. A home computer may have a wired connection to the internet, such as via a modem and router, plus wireless access from the device in the home, such as computers, printers, televisions, and gaming devices that will access the home network wirelessly. Wired networks tend to be faster and more secure than wireless networks, but wireless networks have the advantage of allowing easy connections in locations where physical wiring is impractical or inconvenient, such as inside an existing home or outdoors. As well as giving users much more freedom regarding where they can use their computers. With wireless networks, for example, you can surf the web on your notebook computer, where anywhere in your house, access the internet with your tablet or smartphone while you're on the go, and create a home network without having to run wires among the rooms in your house. Network topologies. The physical topology of a computer network indicates how the devices via the network are arranged. 3 of the most common physical topologies are star, bus, and mesh. Star network use is a central device such as a server or a switch discussed later in this chapter, in which all network devices connect and through which all network data is sent. If the central device fails, the network cannot function. Bus network uses a central cable in which all network devices connect. All data is transmitted down the bus line from one device to another. So if the bus line fails, then the network cannot function. Mesh network uses a number of different connections between network devices so that data can take any of several possible paths for sources and destination. For a full mesh topography, each device on the network is connected to every other device on the network. With a partial mesh technology, some devices are connected to all other devices, but some are connected only to those devices with which they exchange the most data. Consequently, if one device of the mesh network fails, the network can still function, assuming that there is an alternate path available. Mesh networks are used most often with wireless networks. Meow. Hi, Rosie the wizard frog. Hi, Rosie the wizard frog. Hello, we are reading. We are on chapter 7. And I've barely made a dent in this thing because I've had to go back and forth. Many networks, however, don't conform to a standard topology. Some networks combine topologies and connect multiple smaller networks, in effect, turning several smaller networks into one larger one. For example, two-star networks may be joined together using the bus line. Network architecture. Network also vary by their architecture. That is, the way they are designed to communicate. The two most common network architectures are client-server and peer-to-peer. Peer-to-peer? You should do this in ASMR because your voice is so amazing. Man, this is the closest we're gonna get to ASMR. You sure about that? Because I might put myself to sleep. I'm almost gone to sleep on stream today. Also, I'm definitely Rosie the Uyghur frog. Yep. That's just how it is. Client-server networks. Client-server networks include both clients, computer and other devices on the network that request and utilize network resources, and servers, computers that are dedicated to processing the client's requests. Network servers are typically powerful computers with lots of memory and a very large hard drive. They provide access to software, files, and other resources that are being shared via the network. Servers typically perform a variety of tasks. For example, a single server can act as a network server to manage network traffic. A file server to manage shared files, a print server to handle printing-related activities, and or a mail server or website server to manage email and web page requests, respectively. For instance, there is only one server in the network illustrated in figure blah on the next page, and it is capable of performing all server tasks for that network. When a client retrieves the files from a network, it is called downloading. Transferring data from a client to a server is called uploading. Peer-to-peer network. With peer-to-peer, P2P, network, a central server is not used. See blah. Instead, all computers on the network work Instead, all computers on the network work at the same functional level, and users have direct access to the computers and other devices attached to the network. For instance, users can also access files stored on a peer computer's hard drive, and print using a peer's computer printer, provided those devices have been designated as a shared device. Peer-to-peer networks are less expensive and less complicated to implement than client-server networks because there is no dedicated server, but they may not have the same performance as client-server networks used under heavy use. Peer-to-peer capabilities are built into many personal operating systems and are often used with small office or home networks. Another type of peer-to-peer networking, sometimes called internet peer-to-peer, internet P2P, computing is performed via the internet. Instead of placing content on a web page, on a web server, or others to view via the internet, content is exchanged over the internet directly between individual users via a peer-to-peer network. For instance, one user can copy a file from another user's hard drive to his or her computer via the internet. Internet P2P network is commonly used for exchanging music and video files with others over the internet. An illegal act if the content is copyright protected and the exchange is unauthorized, although legal peer-to-peer. Over the internet. An illegal act if the content is copyrighted and the exchange is unauthorized, although legal peer-to-peer networks exist. Copyright law, ethics, and other topics related to peer-to-peer file exchanges are covered in Chapter 13. I don't care how much you tell me waffles are bad. It's not going to stop me from watching Trigun Stampede. Uploading, is this like your homework or something? I gotta read the textbook if I gotta take the waffles suck. No, they don't. They taste amazing. And I can watch Trigun Stampede too. But it's my homework, but it's my homework more so I gotta read. I focus more, for some reason, I focus more when I'm streaming and reading. So I've been doing this since Chapter 2, because it took me way too long to finish Chapter 1 on my own. So ever since I started reading during the Nintendo, around the time when the February Nintendo Direct started, I started reading, and then I realized, wow. I concentrate more, and I actually got the reading done. Did I get an A in the assignment? I got an A minus. I got an A minus in my quizzes. But it's also the fact that the quizzes are like 40 questions apiece, so I'd rather just do it like this if it means I can actually get through the textbook and then look through it later. I'm not saying I have the best memory in the world, but I do have a decent one. Pans? Pots and pans. Wait, we did have a pots. We have pots and pans in this chapter. Network size and coverage area. Your homework sucks. Yes, it does. But it's worth it, because once I'm done, I get to learn programming languages, and then we can eventually start having streams where we program instead, and we can build our streams together. And then we can make games on stream. I have a special stream for when we reach, I don't know, whenever the game gets done. Network size and coverage area. Networks are also frequently classified by their size and their coverage area. This classification impacts the type of users the network is designed to service. The most common strategies of networks are discussed next. These networks can use both wired and wireless connections. I'm contemplating so hard about my life right now. Personal area networks. A personal area network, a PAN, is a small network of two or more personal devices for one individual. such as personal computer, smartphone, headset, tablet, portable speaker, smartwatch, and or printer, that is designed to enable those devices to communicate and share data. PANs can be set up on demand or set up to work together automatically as soon as the device gets within a certain physical distance of each other. For instance, a PAN can be used to sync a mobile device automatically with a personal computer whenever the devices are in range of each other. For example, to connect to each other. To connect a tablet to a portable speaker, or to connect a smartphone and other devices to a smartwatch or fitness band. PANs are typically wireless and are implemented via Bluetooth or other short-range networking standards discussed shortly, or via the internet using Google or other cloud service, or another cloud service. Local area networks, LANs, man. The local area network, LAN, is a network that covers a relatively small geographical land area, such as a home, office building, or a school. LANs allow users on the network to exchange files and emails, shared printers, or other hardware, and access the internet. The client-server network, shown in figure below, is an example of a LAN. Metropolitan area networks. A metropolitan area network, MAN, is a system designed to service a metropolitan area, typically a city or a country. Most MANs, I'm doing my homework with you. Yeah. Good. Now we can suffer together. Let's see. Most MANs are owned and operated by a city or by a network provider in order to provide individuals with a location access to the MANs. Some wireless MANs are created by cities, such as Riverside, California, or larger organizations such as Google or downtown Mountain View, California, to provide free or low-cost internet access to area residents. These are often referred to as municipal Wi-Fi projects. In addition, some internet service providers have free wireless MANs or hotspots in select metropolitan areas for their subscribers to use the internet access when they are on the go. I do my homework with you. I do my own homework with you. I'm do my own homework with you, said Shakespeare. A wide area network, WAN, is a network that covers a large geographical area. Typically, a WAN consists of two or more LANs that are connected together using communications technology. The internet, by the definition, is the world's largest WAN. WANs may be publicly accessible, like the internet, or they may be privately owned and operated. For instance, a company may have a private WAN to transfer data from one location to another, such as from each retail store to the corporate headquarters. Larger WANs, like the internet, typically use a mesh topology. So we got we got pots, we got pans, we got LANs, we got MANs, and to conclude them all, we have some WANs. Intranets and externets? Intranets and externants. Intranets, extranets. An intranet is a private network, such as a company LAN, that is designated to be used by an organization's employee and is set up like the internet, though data posted on web pages that are accessed with a web browser. In the internet with data posted on web pages that are accessed with a web browser. Consequently, little or no employees training is required to use an intranet. And intranet content can be accessed using a variety of devices. Intranets usually are used for many purposes, including coordinating internal email and communications, making company publications such as contract information, manuals, forms, job announcements, and so forth, available to employees. Facilitating collaborative computing and providing access to shared calendars and schedules. A company network that is accessible to authorized outsiders is called an extranet. Extranet is usually accessed via the internet, and they can be used to provide customers and business partners with access to the data they need. Access to extranets and to intranets and extranets. Intranets. Access to intranets and extranets is typically restricted but to employees and other authorized users, similar to other company networks. Virtual private networks. We just got to the VPN network, baby. The VPN is a private, secure path across a public network, usually an internet, that is set up to allow authorized users private, secure access to a network. For instance, a VPN can allow a traveling employee, business partner, or employee located at a satellite office or public wireless hotspot to connect securely to the company network via the internet. It can also be used by individuals to secure their connection to a public hotspot and can protect any device that connects to a hotspot via Wi-Fi, including notebook computers, tablets, and smartphones. VPNs typically use a process called tunneling to carry the data over the internet and special encryption technology to protect the data so it cannot be understood if it is intercepted during transit. Encryption is explained in Chapter 9. Without a VPN, passwords, credit card numbers, and other sensitive data sent to and from a hotspot could be intercepted. Data transit characteristics. Data transmitted over a network has specific characteristics and can travel over a network in various ways. These and some other characteristics related to data transmission are discussed next. Bandwidth. We learned about bandwidth. As discussed in Chapter 2, bandwidth refers to the amount of data that can be transferred, such as via a bus or over a certain type of networking medium, in a given time period, and throughput is the amount of data that is actually transferred under real-life conditions. Text data requires the least amount of bandwidth. Video data requires the most, just as a wide data requires the least amount of bandwidth. Just as a wide fire hose allows more water to pass through it per unit of time than a narrow garden hose allows, a networking medium with a high bandwidth allows more data to pass through it per unit of minute than a networking medium with a low bandwidth. Bandwidth is usually measured in the number of bits per second. I love my homework, actually. You're definitely doing it more than me. Then a narrow garden hose, blah, 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 blah. Bandwidth is usually measured by blah, 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 blah. BPS, kbps, thousands of bits per second, mbps, millions of bits per second, and gbps, billions of bits per second. Analog versus digital signals. Data can be transferred as either analog or digital signals. Voice and music data in its normal form, for instance, is analog, and data stored on a computer is digital. Most networking media send data using digital signals, in which data is represented by only two discrete states, zeros and ones. Analog systems, such as those used by conventional telephone systems, represent data with continuous waves. The data to be transmitted over a network medium must match the type of signal, analog or digital, that the medium supports. If it doesn't originally, then it must be converted over the data before the data is transmitted. For instance, analog data that is to be sent using digital signals, such as analog music broadcast by a digital radio station, must first be converted into digital form. The digital data to be sent using analog signals, such as computer data sent over a conventional analog telephone network, must be converted into analog form before it can be transmitted. The conversion of data between analog and digital form is performed by networking hardware. When studying the human body, are you going to become a doctor? Or are you going to be a nurse? And that's cool. Or are you doing art? I remember I took an anatomy class one time, but it was like in an anatomy class, not like trying to. Well, good luck on that. It's not easy being a doctor. You're gonna have long, sleepless nights. Taking care of people. Doctor. Yeah. I think you can do it. You're definitely diligent enough from like how I've seen it. After all, it's gonna be worth it in the end because we're gonna do great things. Me with my video games. You and you're saving actual lives. We all play a part in this society. War never ends. There's more. Transmission types and timing. Let me see. A data between analog data via networking hardware. Or surgeon, also. No, because I'm ugly and kind of stupid. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Listen. Even I, who is as someone who is an artist, I second guess myself all the time, even though the fact that I know how to do art. So just because you're gonna be a doctor doesn't mean it's you're gonna be stupid. You're not ugly. We're all pretty. It's what ugly people would say. Nah. We all have our beauty. We all have our beauty somewhere. Just try and not be ugly. Work at yourself. Find something that you think is handsome or cute about yourself, and then try and emphasize that. Or try and quote unquote fix it. Like calmness. I'm uglier than my fat cat. No! It could be worse. Your cat could be skinny, and then you can be more beautiful than your skinny cat. No, you're not. This feels so chill today. I feel tired, but I don't feel tired. Transmission type and timing. Network media can also be used either serial transmission or parallel transmission. With serial transmission, data is sent one bit at a time, one after the other along a single path. When parallel transmission is used, a group of bits are sent at the same time, and each bit takes a separate path. While parallel transmission is frequently used within computer components such as buses and is used for some wireless applications, networking media typically uses serial transmission. When data is sent using serial transmission, a technique must be used to organize bits being transferred so the data can be reconstructed after it is received. 3 ways of timing serial transmissions are by using synchronous, asynchronous, or asynchronous connections. Although all 3 of those methods send data one bit at a time, the methods vary with respect of how the bits are organized or transferred. And there's like a whole 3 paragraphs of what each and every one of them is, and I want to skip them so bad, but I know I gotta read them. I don't want to continue. I know I gotta. Hold on real quick, everybody. I'll answer your question just in a minute, Rosie. Alright, I'm back. I just had to step out for a little bit. Let me see something real quick. If you hear clipping, it's because I am using a clipper. Because I clip nails. Well, never mind, because I can't find them. Let's see. Also, how do you second guess yourself? Your art's so pretty, just like your avatar. Aw, thank you, Rosie. What I meant by second guess is the fact that sometimes I just don't know what to do. when I come up with some of my art pieces. A good example would be even my recent Return to Dreamland art that I tried to do and at the time failed to do. I want to get back to it because I took a break from it because I realized that I'm caring way too much about it. And I needed to take a break so that I can process how to draw it. Because I'm just doing random techniques without understanding how to use it. Like how I want to do the line art. And it's kind of inconsistent in like a lot of places. So I gotta go. So I took a break and I will go back to that and finish it for the Let's Play. When we eventually do Let's Play the Return to Dreamland, because it was for Return to Dreamland and I knew I wouldn't get it done on time anyway, and I was stressing way too much about it. That's why we went back to just drawing cute girls, because I started to realize I'm stressing out way too much about Kirby, and Kirby's not supposed to do that to me. So, hold off on that. Alright. All done. Alright, now let's read synchronous, asynchronous, isynchronous. Synchronous transmission. Data is organized into groups or blocks of data, which are transferred at regular specified intervals. Because the transmissions are synchronized, both devices know when data can be sent and when it should arrive. Most data transmissions within a computer and over a network are synchronized transmissions. Asynchronous transmissions. Data is sent when it is ready to be sent, without being synchronized. To identify the bits that belong to each other, belong in each byte, a start bit and a stop bit are used at the beginning of each beginning and the beginning and end of each byte, respectively. This overhead makes asynchronous transmissions less efficient than synchronous transitions, and so it is not as widely used as synchronized transitions. Isynchronous transitions, data is sent when it is ready, but all data must be delivered at the same time, at the time that it is needed. For example, when transitioning a video file, the audio data must be received at the proper time in order for it to be played with its corresponding video data. To accomplish this with asynchronous transmission, the sending and receiving devices start communicate to determine the bandwidth and other factors needed for the transmission, and then the necessary bandwidth is reserved just for that transmission. Another distinction between types of transmissions is the direction of which transmission data can move. Simple transmission, data travels in a single direction only, like a doorbell. Simplex transmission is relatively uncommon in data transmission because most devices that are mainly one directional, such as a printer, can still transmit error messages and other data back to the computer. Half duplex transition is data that travels in either direction, but only in one direction at a time, like a walkie-talkie where only one person can talk at a time. Some network transmissions are half duplex. Full duplex transmission. Data is moved in both directions at the same time, like a telephone. Many network and most internet connections are full duplex. Sometimes two connections between the sending device and receiving device are needed to support full duplex transmissions. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Ethernet is duplex, Wi-Fi is half duplex. Okay. Oh! So that's why Wi-Fi is slower than Is that why Wi-Fi is slower than Ethernet? I always saw them as the same. I thought it was just Ethernet, but I thought Ethernet was just Wi-Fi, but clear. Partly yes. Okay. I think I'm understanding it. People, the chat are teaching me. People in the chat are teaching me. The book is teaching me. Music Boy's doing more for me as a teacher than my class. Delivery method. When data needs to travel across a large network, such as a WAN, typically one of the three methods is used. With circuit switching, a dedicated path over a network is established between the sender and the receiver, and all data follows that path from the sender to the receiver. Once the connection is established, the physical path is connected. The physical path or circuit is dedicated to the connection and cannot be used by any other device until the transmission is finished. The most common example is a circuit switch network. Circuit switch network is a conventional telephone system. The technique used for data sent over the internet is packet switching. With packet switching, the messages are separated into small units called packets. Packets contain information about the sender and the receiver, the actual data being sent, and information about how to reassemble the packets to reconstruct the original message. Packets travel along the network separately, based on their final destination, network traffic, and other network conditions. When the packets reach their destination, they are reassembled in the proper order. Another alternative is broadcasting, in which data is sent out, typically in packets, to all nodes in a network and retrieved only by the intended recipient. Broadcasting is used primarily with LANs. Partly yes, that's like 90% of the reason. Ah, okay. Wi-Fi but clear. Almost lost my spot. To connect the devices in a network, either wired media, physical cables, or wireless media, typically radio signals, can be used. The most common wired and wireless networks media are discussed next. That's why I always say use Ethernet if possible. Okay. Ethernet has its benefits. Yeah, I can't say that it didn't help me. To tell you the truth, it feels like my streams do run a lot smoother because of Ethernet. That's because it probably does. We'll say that the only thing that I would say kind of... Hold on real quick, because the people are here. When the cat's away, the mice will play, but once that cat comes, you just know that you gotta prevent all measures at that moment. The most common wired and wireless networks media are discussed next. The most common types of wired networking media are twisted pair, coax, and fiber optic cable. Wow, I could have used this when I was learning. Excuse me. Twisted pair cable. A twisted pair cable is made up of pairs of thin strands of insinuated wire twisted together. Twisted pair is the least expensive type of networking cable and has been in use the longest. In fact, it is the same type of cabling used inside most homes for telephone communication. Twisted pair cabling can be used with both analog and digital data transmission and is commonly used for LANs. Twisted pair cable is located by category, which indicates the type of data, speed, distance, and other factors that the cable supports. Category 3, Cat3, twisted pair cabling, is regular telephone cable. High speed and quality cabling, such as Cat5, Cat6, and Cat7, is frequently used in home and business networks. The pairs of wires are twisted. Pairs of wires in twisted pair cabling is twisted together to reduce interference and improve performance. To further improve performance, twisted pair cabling can be shielded with a metal lining. Twisted pair cables used for networks have different connectors than those used for telephones. Networking connectors are typically RJ-45 connectors, which look similar to, but are larger than, RJ11 telephone connectors. Twisted has shielded and unshielded versions. Lol, that is Ethernet cables code, not telephone. Well, it's used with it. Coaxial cable, also known as a Cox cable, was originally developed to carry a large number of high-speed video transmissions at one time, such as to deliver cable TV service. A coaxial cable consists of relatively thick center wire surrounded by insulation and then covered with a shield of braided wire to block electromagnetic signals from entering the cable. Coaxial cable is commonly used today in computer networks for short-run telephone transmissions outside the home and for cable television delivery. Although more expensive than twisted pair cabling, it is much less susceptible to interference and can carry more data more quickly. While not used extensively for networking home computers at the moment, that may change with the relatively new option of networking via the existing Cox in a home. Cox is also used with home multimedia networks. The most common type of connectors used with coaxial cables are the slotted B and C connectors that are turned once to lock or unlock them into place, and are on the cables shown in blah. And the threaded F connectors frequently used with cable TV and antenna applications. Fiber optic cables. Fiber optic cables are the newest and fastest of these three types of wired transmission media. In containing sometimes several hundred clear glass or plastic fibers, each about the thick of a human hair. Each fiber has the capacity to carry data for several television stations or thousands of voice conversations, but each fiber can only send data in one direction. Data sent over a fiber optic cable is represented by a light pulse and is sent at speeds of up to trillions of bits per second. Fiber optic cable is commonly used for the high-speed backbone lines of a network, such as to connect networks housed in separate buildings or for the internet infrastructure. It is also used for telephone backbone lines and increasingly is being installed by telephone companies all the way to the home or business to provide super fast connections directly to the end user. The biggest advantage of fiber optic cabling is speed. The main disadvantage of fiber optic cabling is the initial expense of both the cable and the installation. Fiber optic connectors are less standardized than connectors from other types of wired media. So it is important to use cables with the connectors that match the software with which the cable will be used. Common connectors include the push-pull CS connector and the subbed CS SC, the push-pull SC connector, and the tabbed SC and slotted ST connectors. Alright, wireless networking media. Wireless networking usually uses radio signals to send data through the airwaves. Depending on the network application, radio signals can be short range, such as when used to connect a wireless keyboard or mouse to a computer, medium range, such as when to connect a computer to a wireless LAN or public hotspot, or long range, such as when used to provide internet access or cell phone coverage to a relatively large geographic area or to broadcast TV or radio shows. The radio signal used in wireless networks and the type of technologies used to transmit them are discussed next: electromagnetic and wireless spectrums. All wireless applications in the United States, such as wireless networks, mobile phones, radios, and TV broadcast, sonar, and radar applications, and GPS signals use significant frequencies are assigned to the Federal Communications Commission, FCC. Frequencies are measured in hertz, and the frequencies that make up the electromagnetic spectrum, the range of common electromagnetic radiation energy, are shown in blob. Different parts of the spectrum have different properties, including the distance a signal can travel, the amount of data a signal can transmit in a given period of time, and the types of objects a signal can pass through, which makes certain frequencies more appropriate for certain applications. As illustrated in this figure, most wireless networking applications use frequencies located in the radio frequency RF band at the low end up to 300 gigahertz of the electromagnetic spectrum. This range is sometimes referred to as the wireless spectrum. Frequencies assigned to an application, such as FM radio or cell phone service, typically consist of a range of frequencies to be used as needed for the application. For instance, FM radio stations broadcast on frequencies from 88 megahertz to 108 megahertz, and each radio station in a particular geographic location is assigned its own frequency. Most radio frequencies in the United States are licensed by the FCC and can only be used for that specific application by the licensed individuals in their specific geographic areas. However, frequencies within an unlicensed part of the spectrum can be used by any product or individual. For example, cordless landline phones typically use frequencies in the 900 megahertz band, and wireless networking often use frequencies in the 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz band. A frequency range can be further broken down into multiple channels, each of which can be used simultaneously by different users. There are also ways to combine multiple signals and send them over a transmission medium at one time to allow more users than would otherwise be possible. Because the numbers of wireless applications is growing all the time, and there's a limited amount of parts of the spectrum appropriate for today's wireless networking applications, the wireless spectrum is crowded and frequencies are in high demand. One benefit of the 2009 switch from using analog to digital television broadcast is that it freed up some of the VHF and UHF frequencies from other applications. As a new part of the spectrum became available, it is either assigned a function by the FCC or auctioned off to wireless providers, such as wireless telephone providers and TV broadcasters. The next auction of the 600 megahertz band of the broadcast TV spectrum is scheduled for 2016. The FCC is continually working to free up spectrum for mobile broadband and other rapidly growing wireless applications. Oh, let me see, because I stopped paying attention to the textbook and everything else. No. Lol, I like how they have so much misinformation in that part. Cordless landlines. Dang. I've stopped paying attention at the same time. I'm just reading it. I'm absorbing some knowledge. I don't doubt that. But at the same time, I have no idea what I'm reading because I can't see. Because all I keep seeing is a big old blob in front of me known as a word salad. Cellular radio transmissions are radio signals sent to and from cell phones via cellular cell towers. Tall metal towers with antenna caps, tall metal towers with antennas on top. Cellular service areas are divided into overlapping honeycomb-shaped zones called cells. Each cell contains one cell tower. When a cell phone user begins to make a call, it is picked up by the appropriate cell tower, the one that is located in the cell which the cell phone is located, and that is associated with the user's wireless provider. The cell tower then forwards the call to the wireless provider's mobile telephone switching office, MTSO, which routes the call via a wireless signal or an underground cable to the recipient's telephone via his or her mobile or conventional telephone service provider, depending on the type of phone being used by the recipient. When a cell phone user moves out of the current cell into a new cell, the call is passed automatically and seamlessly to the appropriate cell tower to the cell that the user is entering. Data such as email and web pages sent via cell phones use a similar manner. The speed of a cellular radio transmission depends on the type of cellular standard being used, as discussed later in this chapter. Microwave and satellite transmissions. Microwaves are high-frequency radio signals that can send large quantities of data at high speeds over long distances. Microwave signals can be sent or received using microwave stations or communication satellites, but they must travel in a straight line from one station or satellite to another without encountering any obstacles, because microwave signals are line of sight. Microwave stations are Earth-based stations that can transmit microwave signals directly to each other over distances up to 30 miles. To avoid buildings, mountains, and the coverage of the Earth obstructing the signal, microwave stations are usually placed on tall buildings. Usually placed on tall buildings, towers, and mountaintops. Microwave stations typically contain both a dish-shaped microwave antenna and a receiver. I lost my place. A microwave antenna and a transceiver. When one station receives a transmission from another, it amplifies it and passes it on the next station. Microwave stations can exchange data transmissions and transmissions with communications satellites, discussed next, as well as with microwave stations. Microwave stations designed specifically to communicate with satellites, such as those using a provide satellite TV and satellite internet services, are typically called satellite dishes. Satellite dishes are usually installed permanently where they are needed, but they can also be mounted on trucks, boats, VRs, and other types of transportation devices when people transmit capabilities. When portable transmission capabilities are necessary or desirable, such as when used for military or recreational applications. Anything they call a phone line except the one. They call it all, it's all wrong. It's all wrong. As you can clearly tell, I am going to take a break after this. And I will get back online. We're doing 3 chapters today. I'm going to do 3 chapters apiece today. I'm doing it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try. It's painful, but I'm going to do it. It's painful. This is painful. This is like painful. Communication satellites are space-based devices launched into orbit around the Earth to receive and transmit microwave signals to and from Earth. Communications satellites were originally used to facilitate microwave transmissions to places where microwave stations were not economically viable, even as over large sparsely populated areas, such as over large sparsely populated areas, but were physically impractical, such as over bodies of water. What? Alright. RJ45 is Ethernet. R11 is 4. Okay. It's for phones. Okay. I think I'm getting it. RJ11. Okay. So there is a J. This is painful. This is way too painful. This is not supposed to be painful today. Am I tired? I've been tired every other days and I was still able to get through it. This is 30 pages too. That's probably why. Devices, blah 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 blah, originally used to facilitate blah 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 blah. Microwave stations were not economically viable, such as overly large, sparsely populated areas, or physically impractical, such as over large bodies of water, and they are used primarily by the military and communications companies, such as for remote television news broadcast. Today, communication satellites are used to send and receive transmissions to and from a variety of other devices, such as personal satellite dishes used for satellite television and internet services, GPS receivers, satellite radio receivers, and satellite phones. Okay, RJ, registered jack. Okay, registered jack. Let's see. Satellite phones. They are also used for Earth observation (EO) applications, including weather observations, mapping, and government surveillance. Traditional communication satellites maintain a... I was gonna be like, stop making up words. Geosynchronous orbit, 22,300 miles from Earth, and because they travel at a speed and direction that keeps pace with the Earth's rotation. Dang, my headphones flew. They appear from the Earth, remaining stationary over a given spot because these satellites are so far above the surface of the Earth. There is a slight delay while the signals travel from Earth to the satellite and back to the Earth again. This delay, less than 1/2 second, is not normally noticed by most users, such as individuals who receive the internet or TV service via satellite. It does give geosynchronous satellite transmissions less practical, but it does make geosynchronous satellite transmissions less practical for voice gaming, and other real-time communications. Let's see. Communications. Because of this delay factor, low Earth orbit (LEO) satellite systems were developed for use with satellites developing telephone systems. LEO satellites typically are located anywhere from 100 to 1,000 miles above the Earth and consequently provide faster transmissions than traditional satellites. Medium Earth orbit (MEO) systems typically use satellites located about 1,000 to 12,000 miles above the Earth and are used most often for GPS, IR transmissions, infrared, one type of wireless networking that does not use signals in the RF band. Hold on real quick, guys. Okay, so I'm sorry, everybody. I was gone longer than I thought. I meant to transition everybody, and somehow that ended with me falling asleep a little bit. So, sorry about that. Alright. Lol. I'm sorry. I will go a little bit, tiny bit MIA a little bit, because I then realized that I was also this thing known as the human instinct of having hunger. So, that'll happen. But until then, we're reading. At least I got energy back to continue reading this mess. I literally joined right as the intermission started. How long have I been gone? Have I been gone? I think I was gone for at least 10 minutes. 10 at least. But hey, Ventus. Hey, Ventus. I had to have been gone at least 10 minutes. I would be very shocked if it was less than that, because I woke up and then I closed my eyes again. I don't know, I did not time it. Ayo. Ventus, as you can clearly see, we are continuing with Chapter 7. We're still on Chapter 7! But we will be finishing all of it. Not long. Not long? Lies. Lies. Oh well. It's gonna be a long stream anyway. What is it? We still got like 2 more chapters to read. We're still on Chapter 1. Well, not Chapter 1. We're on Chapter 7. We have 2 more chapters to go. I wanted to finish this before finish Chapter 3, but finish Chapter 7 before 4:30. But I guess we'll either get 3 to 2 chapters done today. Maybe. At least not long enough for me to finish my assignment. True. Alright then let's continue. Traditional communication satellites, geosynchronous, blah 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 blah, MEO, GEO, LEO. Alright, infrared IR transmissions. Okay, we did stop here. One type of wireless network that does not use signals in the RF band of the electromagnetic spectrum is infrared IR transmissions, which sends data as infrared light rays over relatively short distances. Like an infrared television remote control, infrared technology requires line-of-sight transmission. Because of this limitation, many formerly infrared devices, such as a wireless mouse and keyboard, now use RF radio signals instead. Infrared transmissions are still used with some remote controls. They are also sometimes used to transmit data between mobile devices, as well as between gaming consoles, handheld gaming devices, and other home entertainment devices. Communication protocols and networking standards. A protocol is a set of rules to be followed in a specific situation. In networking, for instance, there are communication protocols that determine how devices on a network communicate. The term standard refers to a set of criteria, requirements that have been approved by a recognized standard organization, such as the American National Standards Institute, ANSI, which guides the development of business standards, or IE. Which develop technology standards, or is accepted as a de facto standard by the industry. Standards are extremely important in the computer industry because they help hardware and software manufacturers ensure that the products they develop can work with other computing products. Networking standards typically address both how the device and a network physically connect such as the type of cabling that can be used, and how the devices communicate, such as the communications protocol that can be used. Communications protocols and the most common wired and wireless network standards are discussed in the next following sections. TCP, IP, and other communication protocols. The most widely used communication protocol today is TCP/IP. TCP/IP is the protocol used for transferring data over the internet and typically consists of two protocols: Transmission Control Protocol (TPC), which is responsible for the delivery data, and Internet Protocol (IP), which provides address and routing information. TCP/IP uses packet switching to transmit data. When the packets reach their destination, they are reassembled in the proper order. Support for TCP and IP is built into operating systems, and IP addresses are commonly used to identify the various devices on computer networks. The first widely used version of IP was Internet Protocol version 4, IP version 4, which is standardized in the early 1990s. The IP version 4 uses 32-bit address and so allows the 2 by 32 4.3 billion unique addresses, which while still in use today, IPv4 was never designed to be used with the vast number of devices that access the internet today, and IP version 4 addresses are running out. Consequently, a newer version of IP version 6 was developed and is in the process of being implemented. IP version 6 uses 128-bit addresses and allows for 2 by 128 unique addresses. This provides enough unique addresses so that all smart devices in a home or business can be accessed or on the internet directly via their unique IP address, instead of being identified by the IP address of the router to which they are connected, as in IP version 4. Consequently, the use of IP version 6 addressing will make home re-automation and other applications involving smart devices easier to implement. It is expected that internal systems such as company websites will switch. What's weird? We'll switch to IP version 6 first, and expected the internal system and that IP version 4 and version 6 will coexist for several years. However, in some countries, such as China, where IP version 4 addresses are scarce, and users are expected to switch over faster. For the United States, the government has mandated that all federal agencies be capable of switching to IP version 6 and to purchase only IP version 6 compatible new hardware and software. Experts suggest that businesses perform the network audit to determine what hardware and software changes will be needed to switch to IP version 6 so that the business is prepared when this change is necessary. Hold on real quick. Alright. Sorry. Had something in my eye real quick. Alright. While TCP/IP is used to connect and to communicate with the internet, other protocols are used for specific internet applications. For instance, as discussed in Chapter 1, HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and HTTPS, Secure Hypertext Transfer Protocol, are protocols used to display web pages, and FTP, File Transfer Protocol, and SFTP, Secure File Transfer Protocol. These protocols used to transfer files over the internet. Protocols used to send and receive emails over the internet include SMTP, Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, and POP3, Post Office Protocol, respectively. Ethernet 802.3. 802.3 is the most widely used standard for wired networks. It is typically used with LANs that have a star topology, though it can also be used with WANs and MANs. And can be used in conjunction with twisted pair, coaxial, or fiber optic cabling. Ethernet was invented in the mid-1970s and has continued to evolve over the years. With about every 3 years, the new approved amendments are incorporated to the existing IEEE. All right. IEEE 802.3 Ethernet standard to keep it up to date. Blah yeah. Blah summarizes the various Ethernet standards. Of these, the most common today are Fast Ethernet, Gigabit Ethernet, and 10 Gigabit Ethernet. And Ethernet. The 40-bit Ethernet and the 100 Gigabit Ethernet standards were ratified in 2010. Development of the faster 400 Gigabit Ethernet and Terabit Ethernet standards are currently being explored. If ratified, they are expected to be used for connections between servers, as well as for delivering video, digital X-rays, and other digital medical images, and other high-speed, bandwidth-intensive networking applications. Ethernet invented by Bob Metcalfe. I see. I guess you can say he met a calf. Let's see. Applications. Another bandwidth intensive networking applications. Hold on real quick. Just has something in my eye. Devices connected to an Ethernet network need to have an Ethernet port either built in or added using an expansion card. Ethernet works can contain devices using multiple Ethernet speeds, but the slower device will only operate at their respective speed. A relatively new Ethernet development is Power over Ethernet, PoE, which allows electrical power in addition to data to be sent over the cable in an Ethernet network, often referred to as Ethernet cables, as shown in Figure Blah. Consequently, PoE devices are not plugged into an electrical outlet as soon as they are connected to an Ethernet port that supports PoE. If the device, such as a wireless access point shown in Figure Blah, is connected to a non-PoE port, a PoE injector is used to send power to the device over an Ethernet cable. PoE is most often used in business networks with remote devices such as outdoor networking hardware, security cameras, and other devices that are often not located near a power outlet. That can also be used to place network devices near ceilings or other locations where a nearby power outlet may not be available, and in homes and homes to connect wired devices, such as security cameras, to a home network without running new electrical wiring. Powerline plus Powerline and G.hn. Powerline, also called Powerline Communication or POLC, PLC, POLC networking, allows network data to be transmitted over existing electrical wiring. One example is broadband over Powerline, BPL, which it can deliver broadband internet to homes and businesses via the existing outdoor power lines. While currently available only in very limited areas in the United States through power companies, BOLP has potential for delivering broadband internet access to remote locations, although modem for BOLP appears to be slowing. Momentum for BOLP. The momentum for BOLP Bubble? Bubble? Yeah. BPL. One Powerline alternative to Ethernet standard for wireless home networks is the HomePlug Powerline standard, which allows computers to be networked over existing power lines within a home using conventional electrical outlets. HomePlug Powerline networks are quick and easy to set up and are relatively fast, up to 1 gigabyte per second. For the newest HomePlug AV2 standard. In addition to networking computers, HomePlug AV can be used to network home entertainment devices, and it is fast enough to support fast enough to support streaming HD video. HomePlug can also be used to expand Wi-Fi networks to locations such as basements that are otherwise hard to reach. The G.hn standard was developed as a unified worldwide standard for creating home networks over any existing home wiring, including phone lines, power lines, and coaxial cables. While it will coexist with the HomePlug standard for the near future, G.hn supporters view it as the future standard for wireless home networking. G.hn products are just beginning to become available. Wi-Fi 802.11. One of the most common network standards used with LAN is Wi-Fi numbers, I already said. A family of wireless networking standards that use the IE numbers, I already said, standard. Wi-Fi, sometimes called Wi-Fi Ethernet because it is designed to easily connect to a wired Ethernet network, is the current standard for wireless networks in the home or office, as well as for public Wi-Fi hotspots. Wi-Fi hardware is built into virtually all portable computers and most mobile devices today. Wi-Fi capabilities are also becoming increasingly integrated into everyday products, such as printers, digital cameras, portable digital media players, external hard drives, baby monitors, gaming consoles, most medical monitors, home audio systems, televisions, Blu-ray disc players, and home appliances. To allow those devices to connect with each other or to access the internet wirelessly. For a look at a wireless-enabled consumer product you can use to automatically upload digital photos to your favorite photo sharing site, Wi-Fi flash memory cards, the speed at a Wi-Fi network and the area it can cover depend on the variety of factors, including the Wi-Fi standard and the hardware being used, the number of solid objects, such as walls, trees, or buildings, between the access point and the computer or the other device being used, and the amount of inference from cordless phones, baby monitors, microwave ovens, and other devices that also operate on the same radio frequencies as some Wi-Fi devices. In general, Wi-Fi is designed for medium-range data transfers, typically between 100 and 300 feet indoors and 300 to 900 feet outdoors. Usually both signal speed and distance degrade with inference. The distance of a Wi-Fi network can be extended using additional antennas and other hardware designed for the purpose, as discussed shortly. A summary of different Wi-Fi standards is shown in blah. Of those, the most likely used today are the numbers I said earlier, N, and the numbers I said earlier, AC. Beginning with the number I said earlier, N standard, MIMO, multiple in, multiple out, antenna are used to transfer multiple streams of data at one time. As a result of this and other improvements, the numbers I said earlier, N, allowed for data transmissions typically about 5 times as fast as 802.11G. The numbers I said earlier, G, and about twice the range. The newer the numbers I said earlier, AC standards support speeds up to about 1.3 gigabytes. About 3 times as fast as the number I said earlier, N, to better support high speed file transfer and HD video streaming. Typically, products using the various types of Wi-Fi can be used on the same network as long as they operate on the same frequencies. The Wi-Fi products are backwards compatible, so the numbers I said earlier, G devices, can be used on the numbers I said earlier, N networks. For example, they will only connect at the numbers I said earlier, G speed, and the numbers I said earlier, N devices, can be used on the number I said earlier, AC network, but the numbers I said earlier, N devices, will work at the numbers I said earlier, N speeds. Updates, called extensions, to the number that I said earlier, standard, are developed on a regular basis. These updates are usually to increase speed, distance, and security. One emerging Wi-Fi standard is the number I said earlier, AF, sometimes called White-Fi. White-Fi. Yes, this standard addresses the use of Wi-Fi devices in lower frequencies, such as 600 MHz, currently associated with the unused TV spectrum known as white space. If the SEC approves the use of some of this frequency for unlicensed devices, the lower frequency would enable the number I said earlier, AF devices, to communicate better through walls, trees, and other obstacles and over longer distances. To ensure that Wi-Fi hardware from various vendors will work together, consumers can look for products that are Wi-Fi certified by the Wi-Fi Alliance. The Wi-Fi Alliance? Really? While Wi-Fi is very widely used today, it does have some limitations, particularly all relatively limited range. For instance, an individual using a Wi-Fi hotspot inside a Starbucks coffee house will lose the internet connection when he or she moves out of range of the network and will need to locate another hotspot for his or her next location. In addition, many businesses may be physically too large for a Wi-Fi network to span the entire organization. While hardware can be used to extend a Wi-Fi network, larger wireless networks can be WiMAX, or a cellular standard instead. WiMAX 802.16 is a series of standards designed for longer range wireless networking connections, typically MANs. Similar to Wi-Fi fixed WiMAX, also known as the other numbers I said earlier, A, is designed. The new numbers, okay. We're gonna call 11.11 the numbers I said earlier, and we're gonna call 16 we're gonna call 16 the new numbers I said. is designed to provide internet access to fixed locations, sometimes called hot zones, but the coverage is significantly larger. A typical hot zone radius is about 2 or 6 miles. With fixed WiMAX, it is feasible to provide coverage to an entire city or other geographical location by using multiple WiMAX towers and overlapping hot zones, similar to the way cell phone cells overlap to provide continuous cell phone service. WiMAX can use licensed radio frequencies in addition to unlicensed frequencies like Wi-Fi to avoid interference issues. Mobile WiMAX, the new numbers I said earlier, E, is the mobile version of WiMAX, of the WiMAX wireless networking standard. It is designed to deliver broadband wireless networking to mobile users via smartphone, portable computer, or other WiMAX-enabled device. Mobile WiMAX is capable of speeds of approximately 70 megabps, or speeds of 1 to 6 megabps are more typical. In the United States, WiMAX is most often used in rural areas. However, many mobile WiMAX services, such as from the original leading supporter, Sprint, I haven't heard that name in forever, are moving to cellular standards, such as Light instead. Cellular standards have evolved over the years to better fulfill the demands for mobile internet, mobile multimedia delivery, and other relatively recent mobile trends. The original first-generation cell phones were analog and designed for voice data only, starting with second-generation 2G cell phones. Cell phones were digital, supported both data and voice, and were faster than earlier cell phones. Common 2G wireless standards include GSM, Global System for Mobile Communications, and CDMA, Code Division Multiple Access, which supported speeds up to 14.4 kilobytes per second and were not compatible with each other. The current standard for cellular networks today in the United States and many other countries is 3G, third generation, and 4G, fourth generation. 3G and 4G networks use, I never knew what the G stood for, use packet switch like TCP, IP instead of circuit switching like conventional telephones. And earlier, mobile phones. Typically, 3G speed in the United States are between 1 and 3 megabytes per second. 4G speed typically ranges from about 3 to 10 megabytes per second. While the original significant specifications for 4G called for the speeds of 100 megabytes per second, the term 4G is currently used to describe cellular phone service that is significantly faster than 3G service. Many cell phones today can switch between 3G and 4G, such as to use a 3G network in a location where a 4G network is not. Use a 3G network in a location where a 4G network is not within range, or to use 3G if 4G usage exceeds the individual's monthly 4G limit. Because 3G and 4G speeds are equivalent to the speeds many home broadband internet users experience, internet access via a 3G or 4G network is often referred to as mobile broadband. Today, 4G capabilities are integrated into some portable computers, tablets, and other devices to enable users to connect to the internet via their wireless provider. When needed, devices without built-in 4G can connect to a cellular network via a mobile hotspot, as discussed later in this chapter. Cellular standards for 3G networks depend on the type of cellular network being used. For instance, GSM mobile networks like AT&T Wireless and T-Mobile typically use a HSDPA, high-speed downlink packet access. UMTS, Universal Mobile Telecommunication Systems 3G standard, CDMA networks like Verizon Wireless and Cricket Wireless typically use the EV-DO, Evolution Data Optimized 3G standard instead. The primary standard for 4G networks today is long-term evolution, LITE, LTE. Although some companies may use mobile WiMAX instead. Currently, LTE Advanced is the fastest cellular standard, though new standards are always in the works. For example, the next 4G development is expecting to be Light Unlicensed, LITE-U, also referred to as License Assistant Access, LAA, which uses both the regular licensed cellular frequencies and part of the 5G gigahertz band of unlicensed spectrum in order to enable wireless providers to offer better coverage and faster speeds. The next generation of cellular technology, called 5G, is a long way from reality, but companies in the wireless industry are already working to define what it will be. The 5G standard is expected to be both significantly faster and smarter than the current 4G standard. For example, 5G may be able to understand situations and respond accordingly, such as providing a connection with a faster response time to a smart car while providing a slower, less responsive connection to a smart thermostat. In addition, 5G is expected to open up new possibilities, such as road sensors communicating with smart cars to adjust car speeds in response to upcoming low road or traffic conditions. It is expected that 5G will operate on higher frequencies than 4G. If so, new infrastructures will be required because higher frequency signals do not travel as far as low frequency signals. The speed of 5G connections may reach 10 gigabytes per second, fast enough to download an HD movie in mere seconds. And companies are getting close already. For example, Nokia networks, Nokia exists still, have demonstrated speeds of up to 10 gigabytes per second in 5G tests, while Samsung recently achieved 7.5 gigabytes per second. Let's see, why am I here? Just to suffer? Your neighbors, these thin walls be like, hi, interesting book. Why am I here? Just to suffer? Your neighbors have thin walls be like, gosh, you were reading for 4 hours. Well, we actually spent one of those hours kind of talking about stuff that's happened these past 2 weeks. But after that, yeah, it was mostly breaks in between. It's also that way because of breaks in between and the fact that I fell asleep for apparently less than 10 minutes, but I fell asleep regardless. We'll get there someday, guys. We'll get there someday. Is this the end of the book? I wish. We have to read up until chapter 12, but she wants us to read chapters 7 through 9. Ugh. Ugh. Bluetooth, another short range. What? How far? We're Bluetooths. Wake up. We're almost done with this chapter, but we still have 2 more-ish. She isn't my teacher. It'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. I hate all of this. Kendra, if someone's hold you hostage, blink. Ugh, unfortunately, my model can't blink at the moment. As you can see, I'm under the cardboard curse for a bit. Bluetooth and other short-range wireless standards. There are several wireless network standards in existence or being developed that are designed for short-range wireless networking connections. Most of these are used to facilitate PANs or very small special purpose home networks, such as connecting home entertainment devices or applications within a home. The most common of these standards are discussed next. I'm probably going to have to pull an all-nighter for this, am I? Well, we probably won't. I have make no promises. Bluetooth is a wireless standard that is originally designed for very short range, 10 meters, approximately 31 feet or less connections, though there is no maximum range, and some industrial products have a range of 300 feet. Bluetooth is designed to replace cables between devices, such as to connect a wireless keyboard or mouse to a desktop computer. I have that. To send print jobs wirelessly from a portable computer to a printer, and to connect a smartphone to a wireless headset. Bluetooth devices automatically recognize and network with each other when they get within transmission range. For instance, Bluetooth enables a wireless keyboard and mouse to be connected to a computer automatically, so as soon as the computer is powered up. I feel like I have just encountered a blue screen of death in my mind. Bluetooth signals can transmit through clothing and other non-metallic objects, so a smartphone or other device in a pocket or brief can connect with Bluetooth hardware, such as a headset, without having to remove from the pocket or briefcase. One of the key enhancements of the newest Bluetooth specification, Bluetooth 4.0, also called Bluetooth Smart, is energy efficient, which enables small devices to run for years on a single button-sized battery. Consequently, Bluetooth is increasingly being used for consumer devices, such as to connect a smartphone to a smartwatch or portable speaker, or to connect a pedometer, heart rate monitor, or other health and fitness device together, or to a smartphone. For example, the smart tennis racket shown in figure blah includes Bluetooth capabilities to transfer data about swing speed, ball speed, and more to a connected device via an app shown in blah. Bluetooth works using radio signals in a frequency band of 2.4 gigahertz, the same as some Wi-Fi devices, and it supports transfers up to 26 megabits per second. Megabits, whatever. Once two Bluetooth-enabled devices come within range of each other, their software identifies each other using their unique identification number, enables a link because there may be many Bluetooth devices within range. Up to 10 individual Bluetooth networks called piconets can be in place within the same physical area at one time. Each piconet can connect up to 8 devices with a maximum of 80 devices within 10 meter radius. To facilitate this, Bluetooth devices are allocated radio spectrums into multiple channels of 1 megahertz each. Each Bluetooth device can use the entire range of frequencies, jumping randomly in unison with the other device in the piconet on a regular basis to minimize interference between piconet as well as from other devices, such as garage door openers, Wi-Fi networks, and some cordless phones and baby monitors that use the same frequencies. Because Bluetooth transmitters change frequencies 1,600 times every second automatically, it is unlikely that any two transmitted devices will be on the same frequency at the same time. Other standards that are designed to connect nearby peripheral devices but that transferred data get more quickly are Wi-Fi Direct, WiGig, and Wireless HD. Wi-Fi Direct enables Wi-Fi devices such as computers, smartphones, printers, and gaming devices to connect directly to each other using Wi-Fi signals without needing a router or an access point. A capable WAP is required for many tasks through a Wi-Fi Direct smartphone can often create a Wi-Fi hotspot to other Wi-Fi devices just by using the smartphone's Wi-Fi setting to tether those devices to the smartphone phone's internet connection. Wi-Fi Direct is not designed to replace traditional Wi-Fi networks, but is considered a competitor to Bluetooth because it is advantage of faster speed up to 250 megabits per second and a greater range up to 600 feet. Now I fell hostage. That moment when you have to read the whole script. My first time getting ad. Yeah. These VODs are going to be so great to upload. I hope you all read it. I highly doubt they will have over 1 million views. I swear, I actually swear, I promise you, if I get popular in the future and these videos have over 1 million views, I will hunt every last one of you down. WiGig, the numbers I said earlier, AD, and wireless HD, YD, high HD, high HD, WiGig, and the numbers I said. WiGig, the numbers I said earlier, AD, and wireless HD, YHD, is most often used to wirelessly connect computers and home entertainment devices together, such as to stream video from a computer to Blu-ray player from a computer or a Blu-ray player to an HD TV. Both WiGig and YHD operate in a 60 gigahertz frequency band, which allows for faster speeds up to about 7 gigabits per second and 28 gigabits per second respectively within a single room. Wireless HD also incorporates a small antenna system that allows the system to steer the transmission, allowing for non-line of sight communications. Z-Big, ZB, Z-Wave, and low power Wi-Fi, the numbers I said earlier, AH. For brain hurty, it's 2 a.m. Exactly. Unfortunately, it's not 2 a.m. for me, so I don't even have the excuse to go. Ugh. I only have a few pages left. Somebody take over. I am sad now. One networking standard designed for inexpensive, simple, short-range networking, particular sensory overload in my brain is Z-Gig. The numbers I said, the new numbers I have, A0802.15. ZB is intended for applications that require low data transfer rates and several years of battery life. For instance, ZigBee can be used for home and commercial systems to connect to a wide variety of devices, such as applications in lighting, heating, and security systems. ZigBee is also used in industrial manufacturing, personal home healthcare, device tracking, telecommunications, and wireless sensor network. ZigBee is designed to accommodate more than 65,000 devices on a single network and supports speeds up to 250 kilobytes depending on the frequency being used. Several different frequencies are available for ZigBee networks. ZigBee networks have a range of 10 to 50 meters, about 33 to 164 feet. 164 feet between devices, depending on the power output and environmental characteristics. A wireless network standard designed primarily for home automation is Z-Wave. Devices with built-in wave capabilities or attached Z-Wave modules can communicate with each other and be controlled via home computer modules, as well as remotely via a computer or smartphone. There can be up to 232 devices on a single Z-Wave network, and each device, a lamp, thermostat, television set, garage door opener, or pool control, for instance, has its own unique code. Devices can control each other, such as having your garage door opener programmed to turn on your house lights when you arrive home, and sequences of action can be programmed to be performed with a single button. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that, Z-Drats. I actually just choked on my spit right there. Yet, sadly, that's still less painful than reading this book. Control each other using garage door opener program to turn on your house lights when you arrive home, and sequences of action can be programmed to be performed with a single button, such as turning off the house lights, activating the security system, locking the doors, and programming the coffee maker to brew morning coffee when the single button programmed to perform these tasks is pressed at bedtime. Z-Wave signals have a range of about 90 feet indoors. Ha! I hiss at every last one of you in the future. You can either do what I did and go through official sources for a school, or, and this is probably the better option, literally do anything else. But if you want a degree, I guess, I don't know if I'm getting after a degree, but apparently I have to, if I want to know how to program. If you can't tell, I'm hissing at all of my assignments in the future. There is also a Wi-Fi standard under development that is designed to network sensors and other devices in home automation networks. Low-power Wi-Fi, the numbers I said earlier, AH, operates in the 900 megahertz band and is expected to have speeds of around 150 kilobytes per second. Whether it will replace other standards with similar purposes. Look at your cardboard tree growing, it's more interesting. Looking at your cardboard tree growing is more interesting. Yes, you are. You are correct. I'm not sure if I'm actually willing to make my little stem grow on my model. I might. I'm still thinking about it. For special occasions, probably. Similar purposes such as Zigbee and Z-Wave remains to be seen. For a look at how short-range wireless networking is changing home automation, see the trend. No. Networking hardware. No. Network adapters and modems. A network adapter, also called a network interface card, NIC, when it is in the form of an expansion card, is used to connect a computer to a network. Hold on real quick. Sorry about that, had a little bit of trouble, but on the bright side, I grabbed all my food. Adapter interface, NIC, blah, 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 such as home, business, and network. Modem, derived from the term modulate and demodulate, is used to connect a computer to a network over telephone lines, typically to be called a modem. A device must convert digital signals, such as those used by a computer, to modulate analog signals, such as those used by conventional telephone lines, and vice versa. However, in everyday use, the term modem is also used to refer to any device that connects a computer to a broadband internet connection, such as a cable modem used for cable internet service. In addition, the term modem is often used interchangeably with the term network adapter when describing devices used to obtain internet access via certain networks, such as cellular networks. Most computers and mobile devices today come with a network adapter and/or modem built into the device, typically as the network interface card, as a chip included on the motherboard, or a circuitry built directly into the CPU. The type of network adapter and modem used depending on the type of network, such as Ethernet, Wi-Fi, or cellular, and internet access. And internet access being used, for instance, to connect a computer to an Ethernet network. An Ethernet network adapter is used to connect a computer to a cable internet connection, typically both a cable modem and an Ethernet network adapter is used to connect a computer to a cellular Wi-Fi network. A cellular or Wi-Fi network adapter, respectively, is used. When some examples of network adapters and modems are shown in when a new type of networking connectivity is needed, such as wanting to use a newer Wi-Fi standard, wanting to add 4G capabilities, or switching to a different type of internet connection, an external adapter or modem can be attained. The network adapter or modem needs to be for the appropriate type of network, as well as support the type of networking media, such as twisted pair cables, coaxial cable, or network or wireless signal being used. Oh boy, one more, two more. Let's see. The Ethernet network adapter used. Cable, wireless cable. Okay. A variety of network hardware are used to connect the devices on a network, as well as to connect multiple networks together. For instance, as mentioned earlier in this chapter, networks using the star topology, you need a central device to connect all the devices on the network. In a wired network, the device was originally a hub. A hub transmits all data received to all network devices connected to the hub, regardless of which device the data is sent to. So the bandwidth of the network is shared, and the network is not very efficient. Today, the central device is a wired network. In a wired network is usually a switch. A switch contains ports to which the device on the network connect, typically via networking cables, and facilitates communications between the devices, similar to a hub. But unlike a hub, a switch identifies which device connected to the switch is the one the data is intended for, and sends the data only to the device, rather than sending data out to all connected devices. Consequently, switches are more efficient than hubs. An emerging trend is software-defined networks, SDN, in which outside software is used to control network traffic instead of the software built into the network system. The network hardware, such as hub and switches, to connect multiple networks, such as two LANs, two WANs, or a LAN in the internet. A router is used. Routers pass data on the intended recipient only and can plan a path through the network to ensure the data reaches its destination in the most efficient manner possible, and they are used to route traffic over the internet. A wireless access point is a device that allows wireless devices to connect to a network. In home and small business networks, typically a single wireless router device, a router with a built-in wireless access point, and typically a switch is used to connect both wireless via Wi-Fi and wired via Ethernet cables. Devices to a network, as well as to connect to networks to an internet connection via the appropriate broadband modem. Some broadband modems today include wireless router capabilities, which you can use to create a wireless network and obtain internet access via a single piece of hardware. There is also travel wireless routers you can use while on the go. Refer again to connect just two LANs together. A bridge can be used. The most common use for a bridge in a home network is to wirelessly connect a group of wired devices, such as a home entertainment system consisting of a TV, Blu-ray player, and gaming console, to a home network. There are also routers and other devices used to connect multiple devices to a cellular network. For instance, mobile broadband routers are used to share a mobile wireless internet connection with multiple devices, such as a smartphone, personal computer, and handheld gaming device, essentially creating a Wi-Fi hotspot that connects to a 3G or 4G internet connection. Small mobile broadband net routers, such as the ones are designed to connect you to easily create a mobile hotspot when you are on the go. Blah provides an example of how the device discussed in this section, as well as other networks hardware discussed in the next section might be used in network. Other network hardware's additional hardware is often needed to extend the range of the network and to share network media. As discussed next. Waste of time. Repeaters, range extenders, and antennas. Repeaters are devices that amplify signals along a network. They are necessary whenever signals have to travel further than would an otherwise possible over the network medium be used. Repeaters are available for both wired and wireless networks. Repeaters for a wireless network are often called range extenders. Range extenders usually connect wirelessly to the network and repeat the wireless signal to extend coverage of that network outside of an additional floor of the building, or to eliminate dead spots. Areas within the normal network range that don't have coverage, some WDS, wireless distribution system, wireless access points, can be used as range extenders by extending the network coverage from one access point to another. Another alternative for increasing the range of a Wi-Fi network is using a higher gain, stronger antenna. The MIMO antenna used by many, the number I said earlier N and the number I said earlier AC routers, allow for faster connection and a greater range than older wireless networks, but sometimes this still isn't enough. Using a network adapter designed for the router being used typically helps the network range to some extent. So does replacing the antenna on the router with a higher gain antenna, or adding an external antenna to a network adapter if the adapter contains an antenna connector. Antennas come in a variety of formats and are classified as either directional antenna, antennas that concentrate the signal of a particular area, or omnidirectional antennas that are equally effective in all directions. Directional antennae have a greater range than omnidirectional antennas, but they have a more limited delivery area. The strength of an antenna is measured in decibels. For applications where a large Wi-Fi coverage area is needed, such as a large business or a hotel, high gain network antennas can be used in conjunction with outdoor range extenders and access points if needed to enable the network to span a larger area with the hardware would normally allow. Antennas are also increasingly being used to deliver fixed wireless internet access via Wi-Fi using high-gain antennas. For internet delivery, one base station typically broadcasts to many recipients called a point-to-multipoint PMP or P2MP connection. Private antenna systems may have been just one recipient. If so, it is called a point-to-point PP or P2P connection instead. An antenna can be designed for long-range Wi-Fi signal transmission is blah. Multiplexers. High-speed communications lines are expensive and almost always have a far greater capacity than a single device can use. Because of this, singles use multi-devices are often designed and sent together to share a single communication medium. A multiplexer combines the transmissions from multiple different devices and sends them as one message. For instance, multiple analog signals can be sent at one time by using multiple frequencies, and multiple optical signals can be sent at one time by using multiple wavelengths. Regardless of how the signals are sent, when the combined signal reaches its destination, the individual messages are separated from one another. Multiplexing is frequently used with fiber optic cables and other high-capacity media to increase data throughput. For instance, if 8 signals are multiplexed and sent together, each over each fiber in one fiber optic cable, then the throughput of the cable is increased by a factor of 8. And that is the end of Chapter 7. I am pretty sure, if I remember correctly, Chapter 7 has over 37 pages. At least close to it. But unfortunately, as the title suggests, we will be enduring some more, because we shall be moving on to freaking Chapter 8, which I'm pretty sure has less pages, but that doesn't make me any less mad. So, hold on and let me take a break real quick. I'm hungry. I just want to get this done. You guys are looking at me, probably gonna look at this bot in the future being like, man, she must have suffered. You have no idea. Now, may we continue? Alright, let's see. Let's go on real quick. 1, 2. Alright, another long one, but I feel like we might be able to get through this one decently. Alright. At least it feels like we can get through this one decently. That felt forever. I would rather watch Soro no Otoshimono again than deal with this. But sadly, watching Soro no Otoshimono doesn't make me money yet. We're going to learn about the evolution of the internet. Alright. Shall we get started? The internet is a worldwide collection of separate but interconnected networks accessed daily by billions of people using a variety of devices to obtain information, disseminate information, access entertainment, or communicate with others. While the term internet has become a household word only during the past 2 decades or so, the internet has actually operated in one form or another for much longer than that. The ARPANET. From ARPANET to Internet 2. The roots of the internet began with an experimental project called ARPANET. The internet we know today is the result of the evolution of ARPANET and the creation of the World Wide Web. ARPANET, the U.S. Government of Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, ARPA, wanted ARPANET in 1969. My brain may be fried, but I am not making that easy joke. One objective of the ARPANET project was to create a computer network that would allow researchers located in different places to communicate with each other. Another objective was to build a computer network capable of sending or receiving data over a variety of paths to ensure that the network communication could continue even if part of the connection was destroyed, such as in a nuclear attack or a natural disaster. Initially, ARPANET connected 4 supercomputers and enabled researchers at a few dozen academic institutions to communicate with each other with government agencies. As the project grew during the next decade, students were granted access to ARPANET as hundreds of college and university networks were connected to it. These networks consisted of a mixture of different computers, so over the years, protocols were developed for tying this mixture of computers and networks together, for transferring data over the network, and for ensuring that data was transferred intact. Additional networks soon connected to ARPANET, and this internet, or internet of internets, or this internet or network of networks, eventually evolved into the present-day internet. The internet infrastructure today is used for a variety of purposes, such as researching topics of interest, exchanging email and other messages, participating in video conferences, and making cell phone calls, downloading software, music and movies, purchasing goods and services, watching TV and videos online, accessing computers remotely, and sharing files with others. Most of these activities are available through primary internet resource. The primary internet resource, the World Wide Web. In the early years, the internet was used primarily by the government, scientists, and education institutes. Despite its popularity in academia and this government research, the internet went virtually unnoticed by the public and the business community for over 2 decades because 1, it required a computer, and 2, it was hard to use. Seeing the left image, don't care. As always, however, computer and network technology improved and new applications quickly followed. Then, in 1989, a researcher named Tim Berners-Lee proposed the idea of the World Wide Web. He envisioned the World Wide Web as a way to organize information in the form of pages linked together through selectable text or images, which are today's hyperlinks on the screen. Although the introduction of web pages did not replace all other internet resources, such as email and collection of downloadable files, it became a popular way of researchers to provide written information to others. In 1993, a group of professors and their students at the University of Illinois National Center of Supercomputing Applications, NCSA, released a Mosaic web browser. Not gonna lie, this chapter feels way better than the previous one. After use of the World Wide Web began to increase dramatically because Mosaic's graphical user's interface, GUI, and its ability to display images on web pages made using the World Wide Web's www, I'm just calling it, the www both easier and more fun than in the past. Today's web pages are a true multimedia interactive experience. They can contain text, graphics, animation, sound, video, and 3-dimensional virtual reality objects. A growing number of today's web-based applications and services are referred to as Web 2.0 applications. Although there is no precise definition, Web 2.0 generally refers to applications and services that use the web as a platform to deliver rich applications that enable people to collaborate, socialize, and share information online. Some Web 2.0 applications, such as cloud computing, have been discussed in previous chapters. Others, such as social media, RSS feeds, podcasts, blogs, and wikis, are covered later in this chapter. Although the web is only part of the internet, it is by far the most widely used part. Today, most companies regard their use of the internet and their www presence as indispensable competitive business tools, and many individuals view the internet, and especially the web, as a virtual research, communications, and entertainment medium. One remarkable characteristic of both the internet and the World Wide Web is that they are not owned by any person or business, and no single person, business, or organization is in charge. Web pages are developed by individuals and organizations and are hosted on web servers owned by individuals, schools, businesses, or other entities. Each network connected to the internet is privately owned and managed individually by the network's administrator, and the primary infrastructure that makes up the internet backbone is typically owned by communications companies, such as telephone and cable companies. In addition, the computers and other devices used to access the internet belong to individuals or organizations. So while individual components of the internet are owned by individuals and organizations, the internet as a whole has no owner or network's administrator. The closest the internet comes to having a government body is a group of organizations that are involved with issues such as establishing protocol used on the internet, making recommendations for changes, and encouraging cooperation between and coordinating communication among the networks connected to the internet. So, the FCC. Internet 2 is a consortium of research, educators, and technology leaders from industry, big government, and the international community that is dedicated to the development of revolutionary internet technologies. Internet 2 uses high-performance networks linking about 500 member institutions to deploy and rest new network applications and technologies. Internet 2 is designed as a research and development tool to help develop technologies to ensure the internet in the future can handle tomorrow's applications, and it is now being used to deploy advanced applications and technologies that might not be possible otherwise with today's internet. Much of Internet 2's research is focused on speed. In fact, the Internet 2 backbone network was recently upgraded to support 8.8 terabits per second. This network is the first national network to use 100 gigabit Ethernet over its entire footprint. It will be used to support high bandwidth applications such as telemedicine and distance learning to schools, libraries, hospitals, and other organizations. Alright, the internet community. Users are people who use the internet to retrieve content or perform online activities, such as to look up a telephone number, read the day's news headline or top stories, browse through an online catalog, make an online purchase, download a music file, watch an online video, make a phone call, or send an email message. According to the Pew Internet and American Lives Project, about 87% of U.S. adults and 97% of individuals between the ages of 18 and 29 are internet users, using the internet at work, home, school, and other locations. The availability of low-cost computers, low-cost or free internet access, such as at libraries, schools, and other other public locations, smartphones, and bundled pricing for obtaining internet service in conjunction with telephone and or television service have helped internet use begin to approach the popularity and widespread use of telephones and TVs. Internet service providers, ISPs, are businesses or other organizations that provide internet access to others, typically for a fee. ISPs, sometimes called wireless ISPs or WISP, when referred to ISPs that offer service via a wireless network, include most communications and media companies, such as conventional and wireless phone providers, cable providers, and satellite providers. Some ISPs, such as cable and cellular phone companies, offer internet service over their private networks. Other ISPs provide internet service over a regular telephone line or the airwaves, while many ISPs, such as AT&T and Earthlink, provide service nationwide. Others provide service to a more limited geographical location, regardless of their delivery method and geographical coverage. ISPs are the on-ramp to the internet, providing their subscribers with access to the World Wide Web, email, and other internet resources in addition to internet access. Some ISPs provide proprietary online services available only to their subscribers. A later section of this chapter covers internet content providers. Internet content providers supply the information that is available through the internet. Internet content providers can be commercial businesses, nonprofit organizations, educational institutions, individuals, and more. Some examples of internet content providers are listed next: a photographer who posts sample photos of her best work on the web page, a musician who posts his music videos on YouTube, a software company, blah 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 blah. Application service providers, ASPs, are companies that manage and distribute web-based software services to customers over the internet. Instead of providing access to the internet via like ISPs do, ASPs provide access to software applications via the internet. In essence, ASPs rent access to software programs to companies or individuals. Typically, customers pay a monthly or yearly fee to use each application. As discussed in Chapter 6, this software can be called cloud software, web-based software, software as a service, SaaS, and cloud software. Common ASP applications for business include Office suites, graphic suites, collaboration and communication software, accounting programs, and e-commerce software. One type of self-contained business application designed to work over the internet or a company network is a web service. A web service can be added to web pages to provide standardized web-based applications that share business logic, data, and process, such as including a mapping information or enabling website sign-on. For example, web developers for secure web sites can use an Amazon web service to allow their customers to log onto those secure websites by using their Amazon account logon information. Similar web services are available that use Facebook or Google account information. A web service can also be used to provide a service via a user's computer. Hold on. A web service is also provide a service via a user's computer or in the internet. For instance, the FedEx Quick Ship web service allows users to create a shipment to any Microsoft Outlook contract from within Microsoft Outlook. It is important to realize that web services are not standalone applications. Instead, they are simply a standardized way of allowing web-based applications to share data and work together. A company that provides web services are sometimes referred to as web service provider. Infrastructure companies. Infrastructure companies are the enterprise that own or operate the paths or roadways along with internet data travels, such as the internet backbone and the communications networks connected to it. Examples of infrastructure companies include conventional and mobile phone companies, cable companies, and satellite internet providers. A wide variety of hardware and software companies make and distribute the products used with the internet and internet activities. For example, companies that create or sell the software used in conjunction with the internet, such as web browsers, email programs, e-commerce, and multimedia software, and web development tools, fall into this category. So too do the companies that make the hardware, network adapters, modems, cables, routers, services, computers, and smartphones, for instance, that is used with the internet. The government and many organizations influence the internet and its use. Governments have the most visible impact. Their laws can impact both the information made available via web servers located in the particular country and the access individuals residing in that country have to the internet. For example, in France, it is illegal to sell and post online content related to racist groups or activities. In China, there is a tight control imposed on what information is published on web servers located in China, as well as to the information available to its citizens. And in the United States, anything illegal offline is also illegal online. Legal rulings also have a large impact on the communications industry in general. In the United States, for example, the 1968 Carter phone decision allowed companies other than AT&T to utilize AT&T infrastructure, and the 1996 Telecommunications Act deregulated the entire communications industry so that telephone companies, cable TV providers, and satellite providers were free to enter each other's markets. In addition to making these types of decisions, the Federal Communication Commissions, the FCC, also greatly influenced the communications industry through its ability to allocate radio frequencies and to implement policies and regulations such as those that impact net neutrality. They mentioned the thing! The basic concept that all content on the internet is equal. That is, all Packets travel over the internet are delivered on a fast first come, first served basis, regardless of where they originated. The ability of the government to approve or block potential mergers between communication companies and to break apart companies based on antitrust laws is to prevent monopolies also impacts the internet and communication industries. One of these days, Disney's gonna be that. Key internet organizations are responsible for many aspects of the internet. For example, the Internet Society, so lame, provides leadership to address issues that may impact the future of the internet. It also oversees the groups responsible for internet infrastructure standards, such as to determine the protocols that can be used and how internet addresses are constructed, as well as facilitating and coordinating internet-related initiatives around the world. ICANN, Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, coordinates activities related to the Internet naming system, such as IP addresses, address allocation, and domain name management. For instance, it reviews nominations for new top-level domains and determines which new TLDs are to introduce. The World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, is an international community of over 400 organizations dedicated to developing new tools and specifications to be used with the web and ensure its interoperability. In addition, many colleges and universities support internet research and manage blocks of internet resources. The myth about the internet. Myth 1, the internet is free. I don't know about you. That's what they want you to think. The internet isn't free. It's a lie. It's free to everybody. If you can go to your local Best Buy and take a computer, you can do it. This myth stems from the fact that there has traditionally been no cost associated with accessing online content, such as news and product information, or with email exchange, or than what the internet users pay their ISPs for internet access. And many people, such as students, employees, and consumers who opt for free internet service or use free access available at public libraries or other public locations, pay nothing for internet access. Yet it should be obvious that someone somewhere has to pay to keep the internet up and running. Businesses, schools, public libraries, and some home users pay internet service providers flat monthly fees to connect to the internet. In addition, businesses, schools, libraries, and other organizations might have to lease high-capacity communications lines, such as from a telephone company, to support high level of internet traffic. Mobile users that want internet access while on the go typically pay hotspot providers or wireless providers for their access. ISPs, phone companies, cable companies, and other organizations that own part of the internet infrastructure pay to keep their parts from the internet running smoothly. ISPs also pay software and hardware companies for the resources they need to support their subscribers. Eventually, most of these costs are passed along to end users through ISP fees. ISPs that offer free internet access typically attain revenue by selling on-screen ads that display on the screen when the service is being used. Another reason the idea that the internet is free is a myth is the growing trend of subscription or per-use fees to access web-based resources. For instance, fee-based streaming music and movies are very common today, and some journal and newspaper articles require a fee to view them online. In fact, many newspapers and magazines were moved entirely online, and most charge a subscription fee to view the level of content that is previously published in a print version. In lieu of a mandatory fee, some websites request a donation to use the site. Many experts expect the use of fee-based internet content to continue to grow at a rapid pace. Myth number 2. Someone controls the internet. As discussed, no single group or organization controls the internet. Governments in each country have the power to regulate the content and use the internet within their borders, as allowed by their laws. However, legislators often face serious obstacles getting legislation passed into law, let alone getting it enforced. Making governmental control even harder is the bomb-proof design of the internet itself. If a government tries to block access to or form a specific country or world website, for example, users can use a third party, such as an individual location in another country or a different website, or software, such as a virtual private network, to circumvent the block. This recently occurred in Turkey when the government blocked access to social networking sites in response to government unrest. A vast number of Turkish citizens were able to send Facebook and Twitter updates via VPN services routed through other countries. Dang. Wait a minute, what was it? Yes, I learned about that earlier. Don't remember what it meant, but I learned about it. Didn't a country in Africa do that just recently? I think last year, where there was civil unrest and they blocked it out, and it caused a wave of many people to be yeah, they're blocking. Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't know about this Turkish one, but I know that happened just recently, and people started circumventing it because of VPNs. Because we're smarter than that. I didn't say that we were geniuses. It's super easy to do that. It's very easy to mod your 3DS. It's very simple. I can show you. I actually have to learn. Once I get my 3DS repaired, I actually gotta learn how to mod my 3DS. It's pretty easy to block a site worldwide. Yeah. Alright, myth number 3. The internet and the World Wide Web are identical. Because you can now use web browsers to access most of the internet's resources, many people think the internet and the web are the same thing. Even though in everyday use, many people use the term internet and web interchangeably, they are not the same thing. Technically, the internet is a physical network and the web is the collection of web pages accessing over the internet. A majority of internet activities today take place via web pages, but there are internet resources other than the web that are not accessed via web browser. For instance, files can be uploaded and downloaded using an FTP file transfer protocol program, and conventional email can be accessed via an email program. I want to ask you guys something. Can you see anything wrong with what we just read right now? Do you see just one thing that we just read, just right now, that was wrong? I'm waiting. I see quite a number. Well, so that we're actually on the right page, could you be more specific? Yes, I actually am about to be more specific right now. And it's the fact that point number 3, myth of the internet, does not need to be in this textbook at all. Because no one cares if the internet and the World Wide Web aren't the same. Lol ads. True. Freaking true. Still, this chapter is way easier to read than the other one. I don't even remember what was even said in that one. Something about setting up the internet. New paragraph. Type of device. The internet today can be accessed using a variety of devices. Types of devices used depend on the combination of factors, such as the device available to you, if you need access just at home or while on the go, and what types of internet content you want to access. Some possible devices are shown in figure. And personal computers. Most users have access to a personal computer, such as a desktop or notebook computer at home, work, or school, will use it to access the internet. One advantage of using personal computers for internet access is they have relatively large screens for viewing internet content and keyboards for easier data entry. They can also be used to view or otherwise access virtually any web page content, such as graphics, animations, music, games, and videos. In addition, they typically have a large hard drive and are connected to a printer, so web pages, email messages, and downloaded files can be saved and or printed easily. Smartphones and other mobile devices are also often used to view web page content, exchange emails and other messages, and download music and other online content. In fact, mobile web use, or wireless web as it is sometimes called, is one of the fastest growing uses of the internet today. Nearly 2/3 of American adults now own a smartphone. While smartphones are convenient to use on the go, they typically have relatively small display screens. Tablets typically have a larger screen size for easier viewing. Some mobile devices include a built-in or sliding keyboard for easier data entry. Others utilize pen, voice, or touch input instead. Gaming devices or Another option is using a gaming device, such as gaming console or handheld gaming system. Nuts, they're mentioning the PSP, I can see it, and access web content in addition to using that device to play games. For instance, the Sony PlayStation, Sony PSP, Nintendo Wii U. They mentioned the Wii U? Wii U and Nintendo 3DS. Oh, this book really is old. All have web browsers that can be used to access web content. Ugh. Too bad the 3DS's internet. 3DS internet is so lame. I tried it and I remember I spent like hours loading up YouTube and it did nothing. One example is shown in to connect to the internet in order to display web content, the type of web content available depending on the smart TV. Oh yeah, smart TVs, blah 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 blah. Smart TVs being used and the apps installed on that TV. It is estimated that the number of smart TVs will exceed 750 million, over 1/4 of all TV sets worldwide by 2018. Types of connection. In order to use the internet, you need to connect a computer or other device to it. Typically, this occurs by connecting the device you are using to a computer or a network, usually belonging to your ISPs, school, or employer, that is connected continually to the internet. As discussed in Chapter 7, there are a variety of wired and wireless ways to connect to another device. Most types of connections today are broadband or high-speed connections, although broadband is defined by the FCC as 25 megabits or faster. Many home internet connections considered broadband connections today are significantly slower than 25 megabits per second. As applications requiring high-speed connections continue to grow in popularity, access to broadband internet speeds is needed in order to take full advantage of the applications. For instance, high-definition video chat, video on demand, VOD, and other multimedia applications all require broadband connections. For a look at an issue related to the increased use of multimedia content, mobile data caps, see the difference between dial-up and direct internet access is discussed next, followed by the overview of the most common types of internet connections. Whatever, many providers today offer bundles such as TV, such as cable TV, telephone, and internet service, to lower an individual's overall cost for the service. Similar to the mobile data caps discussed in some home broadband internet services use data caps. You typically either have throttled down significantly or are charged an additional fee when you go over your limit, while others offer unlimited internet access. Dial-up versus direct connection. Dial-up connections, in which your computer dials up and connects to your ISP's computer only when an internet connection is needed, work over standard telephone lines. To connect to the internet, your computer dials in modem and then connects to a modern modem attached to a computer belonging to your ISPs via the telephone lines. While you are connected to your ISP, your computer can access internet resources to end your internet session. You disconnect from your ISP. To end your internet session, you disconnect from your ISP. One advantage of a dial-up connection is security, because you are not continually connected to the internet. It is much less likely that anyone, such as a hacker, as discussed in Chapter 9, will gain access to your computer via the internet, either to access the data located on your computer, or more commonly, to use your computer to type in some type of illegal or unethical manner. However, dial-up connections are significantly slower than other types of connections. They are also inconvenient because you have to instruct your computer to dial up your ISP every time you want to connect to the internet. Also, your telephone line will be tied up while you are accessing the internet, unless you have a second phone line. The most common type of dial-up internet service is conventional dial-up. Most internet connections today have direct connections, which allows your device continually connected to your provider and therefore continually connected to the internet. With a direct connection, some are such as cable, DSL, satellite, and other fixed wireless. You access the internet simply by opening a web browser, such as Edge, Internet Explorer, Chrome, Safari, or Firefox. Direct internet connections are broadband connections. Are often available in different tiers, which means you have a choice of speed and the price varies accordingly. Are commonly used in homes and businesses and are often connected to a LAN to share the internet connection with multiple devices within the home, or to a LAN to share the internet connection with multiple devices within the home or business. Because direct connections keep your business connected to the internet at all times, as long as your computer is powered up, it is important to protect your computer from unauthorized access by hackers. Consequently, all computers with a direct internet connection should use a firewall program. Firewall programs block access to a computer connection from outside computers and enable each user to specify which programs on his or her computer is allowed to have access to the internet. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I remembered that stupid iDubbbz meme of him with like that hacker ski mask on. Well, this stuff is about dial-up. It's not even covered in my class. I study security. I had to learn that stuff myself. Wow. Dang. Well, at least you now know it exists. When I start streaming and learning to program, I'm going to make it not easy for everybody, but I'm going to make a cutesy, learn it yourself type series that's easy to understand-ish. Okay? That way I can teach people so that they're not stuck being with me. Yes, you can go through the school system, but why do that when a cutesy girl with an avatar can help you? Why do that when I can just put on an avatar and help you and not have you suffer like I did? If this thing gets 1 million views in the future, I'm going to come at you guys through your walls. I'm going to come at you through your walls. And I'll connect to a LAN, sharing internet connection, multiple devices. No, direct connection. Okay, because direct connections keeps your computer connected to the internet at all times. As long as your computer is powered up, it is important to protect your computer from unauthorized access or hackers. Consequently, all computers have a direct internet connection. The firewall programs block access to a computer outside firewalls or as well as. Okay, so I'm guessing from the way they're talking about Chapter 9, Chapter 9 talks about security. Well, I already knew all this stuff, but I was not formally taught it. It's funny you have to learn it when you're not even in computer major. I just want to make some games. Maybe make a website or two so that, like, I don't know, I don't have to pay for it. Why am I doing this to myself? Conventional dial-up internet access is a conventional dial-up modem connected to a standard telephone jack with regular twisted pair telephone cabling. Conventional dial-up internet access is most often used with the home desktop computer or of users who don't need or do not want to pay for broadband internet service. Advantages include inexpensive hardware, ease of setup and use, widespread availability including remote areas, and increased security. The primary disadvantage is slow connection speed, a maximum of 56 kilobytes per second. Cable internet access uses a direct connection and is one of the most widely used types of home broadband connections. Cable internet access is very fast, typically around 25 megabytes per second, and is available wherever cable TV access is available, provided the local cable provider supports internet access. Consequently, cable internet access is not widely available in rural areas. Cable internet access requires a cable modem. DSL, digital subscriber line internet access, is a type of direct connection that transmits via standard telephone lines, but it does not tie up your telephone line. DSL internet access requires a DSL modem and is available only to users who are relatively close, within 3 miles, to a telephone switching station and who have telephone lines capable of handling DSL internet access. DSL speeds are slower than cable speeds, and the speed of the connection degrades as the distance between the modem and the switching station gets closer to the 3-mile limit. Consequently, DSL internet access is usually only available in urban areas. Download speeds can be up to 25 megabits per second, but they are more typically around 10 megabits per second. Satellite internet access also uses a direct connection and has speed similar to DSL internet access, but is more expensive than both DSL and cable internet access, and it almost always has a data cap. However, it is often the only broadband option for rural areas. In addition to a satellite modem, it requires a transceiver satellite dish mounted outside the home or building to receive and transmit data to and from the satellites being used. Installation requires an unobstructed view of the southern sky to have a clear line of sight between the transceiver and the appropriate satellite, and performance may degrade or stop altogether during very heavy rain or snowstorm. Fixed wireless internet access uses a direct connection and is similar to satellite internet access in that it uses wireless signals, but it uses radio transmission towers, either standalone towers like the one shown instead of satellites. Fixed wireless internet access requires a modem and often an outside mounted transceiver. Fixed wireless companies typically use Wi-Fi or WiMAX technology to broadcast the wireless signals to customers. Speeds are typically between 2 to 10 megabytes per second, though the speed depends somewhat on the distance between the tower and the customer, the types of numbers of the obstacles in the path, and the types of speed of the connection between the wireless transmission and the internet. Let's see, quads. Yeah, none of this stuff affects making websites. Quads. Yep. We are making Quabbits. Quabbits. How you doing, Quarantine? We've been reading forever. A relatively new type of fast direct connection available to homes and businesses in areas where there is fiber optic cabling available all the way to the building is generally called broadband over fiber, BOF, or fiber to the premises, FTTP, internet access, with other names being used by individual providers such as Verizon's Fios and Google's Fiber. Those fiber optic networks are often used to deliver telephone and TV service. Now me thinking I had my music muted for like all 5 hours of me just reading. These fiber optic networks are often used to deliver telephone and TV service in addition to internet service. Where available, BOF service is very fast, up to 1 gigabyte per second. BOF requires a special network terminal installed at the building to convert the optical signal into electrical signals that can be sent to a computer or over a LAN. Mobile wireless internet access is the type of direct connection most commonly used with smartphones and tablets to keep them connected to the internet via a cellular network, even as they are carried from place to place. Some mobile wireless services can be used but with computers as well as with mobile devices. To add internet access to a mobile device, typically a data plan is needed. As discussed in Chapter 7, the speed of mobile wireless depends on the cellular standard and specific network being used, but 4G networks are often between 3 to 15 megabytes per second, with speeds up to 100 megabytes per second available in some areas. Costs for mobile wireless internet access vary widely. Many plans available today from wireless providers offer unlimited voice and text, but have a data cap and so charge by the amount of data used or included in the plan. A growing trend is prepaid and pay-as-you-go plans, which is a sucker's deal, in which you purchase service month to month or day to day instead of committing to a lengthy contract. Wi-Fi hotspots, while not typically used for primary home internet access, another option for internet access is a Wi-Fi hotspot, a location with a direct internet access and a wireless access point that allows users to connect wirelessly via Wi-Fi to the hotspot in order to use its internet connection. Public Wi-Fi hotspots are widely available today, including at many coffee houses and restaurants, at hotels, airports, and other locations frequented by business travelers. In or near public areas such as libraries, subway stations, and parks. Some public Wi-Fi hotspots are free. Others charge per hour, per day, or on a subscription basis. College campuses also typically have Wi-Fi hotspots to provide internet access to students. Many businesses and other organizations have Wi-Fi hotspots for use by employees at their offices, as well as by employees and guests in conference rooms, waiting rooms, lunchrooms, and others on-site locations. Selecting an ISP and setting up your devices. I'm doing okay. I hope your brain is not too fried. I fried my brain back at Chapter 7. I don't even know how I'm still carrying on because for some reason, Chapter 8, and I'm pretty sure if we go on to Chapter 9, my brain won't be fried. Somehow Chapter 7 just did it for me. Chapter 7's where I was mind break. My mind was broken. For some reason. I don't know why. It just did. Everybody can attest to that. I do mean this though. If this video, I keep saying this, but I'm actually serious. If these reading VODs like in a couple years when I get popular, if these are some of my first videos to get over 100 views, I am coming after so many of you guys. I will look up these VODs, see who was in here, and I will find you. I will haunt you for the rest of my life. The last thing I want is these videos to get more popular than anything I've worked on in my life. Nor. Yes, but I'm a good boy. Are you though? Are you? Noted. We shall ensure these are first to reach 100. Okay. I actually don't mind that they get 100 views. 100 views is one thing, 1,000,000 views is another, and 1,000,000 views is where I will actually be annoyed out of my mind. I'm like, first off, that means you sat through this. How can you sit through this? Chapter 7 was the most boring chapter here's the thing, out of all the chapters I've read, the only reason why it sounds like I'm bored in some of them either is because it's too long or I'm tired that day. Chapter 7 was the most painful chapter I ever sat through. Probably chapter 4 was probably less painful than this. I can't remember. Because chapter 6, I was just tired. And chapter 5, I was also tired. It had to be chapter 4 that was like the second most boring chapter because of how stupidly long it was. But anyway, the type of device used, such as a personal computer or smartphone, the type of internet connection and service desired, such as cable internet access or mobile wireless internet access, and your geographical location, such as metropolitan or rural, will likely determine your ISP options. The pricing and service available often vary within a single ISP, as well as from one ISP to the next. The questions listed in can help you skip. Setting up your internet devices. The specific steps to setting up your internet connection depend on the type of device and type of signal. Jeez. Searching the internet, I said as I skipped a whole page because I'm not sitting through that. I don't care how I set up my internet. Did you set it up for me? Good. Search sites, such as Google and Bing, are websites designed specifically to help you find information on the web. Most search sites use a search engine, a software program in conjunction with a huge database of information about web pages to help visitors find web pages that contain the information they are seeking. Search site databases are updated on a regular basis. Typically, this occurs using small automated programs, often called spiders or web crawlers. I've never heard of that before, and stop making up stuff. Noted, we shall ensure... Wait, you already wrote that? Typically, this occurs they use hyperlinks located on webs pages to crawl, jump occasionally from web page to web page. Nobody talks like this. At each web page, the spider program records important data from the page with this website's database, such as the page's URL, its title, the words that appear frequently on the page, the keywords, and the descriptive information added to the page's code by the website page author at the time the page was created. Spider programs can be tremendously fast, visiting millions of pages per day. In addition to spider programs, such search site databases also obtain information from web page authors who submit web page URLs and keywords associated with their websites to the search site, or who embed meta tags. I've heard of meta tags, such as those that list keywords for the website or description of the webpage onto their webpage. The size of the database used varies from each particular search site, but it typically includes page information included from billions of web pages. To begin a search using a search site, type the URL and desired search. Most search sites today are designed for keywords. Some search sites will have dictionary searches as well. These two. Search become one more important. For example, a cha-cha search uses human guys. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. The most common type of internet search is keyword search. That is when you type in appropriate keyword. Blah 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 blah. Has this person who wrote this thing ever been on the computer? Has this person ever been on the computer? This is a glorified textbook. Glorified textbook beyond textbook. Even an actual textbook has less. Who made this? Who made this? 50-50%. 50-50? Nah, 70-30 at least. What? What? No one needs to know about key searching. No one needs to know about key searching. Jeez. Skip. Jeez. So this stuff doesn't even need to be known. Only reason why I have this stuff even is like in here is because it's to fluff up some text. I know I sound super irritated, but I'm genuinely annoyed by this. Because half of this stuff doesn't even need to be in this textbook. It's a waste of time. I'm learning about keywords, key phrases. Friggin' directory searches. I don't need to know that. Maybe like what? Learning the names of them? Didn't need a whole friggin' paragraph for it. I'm using multiple search sites. You need to read keywords in me. Wild cards. Jeez. Oh, I've been keeping track. 75% of what you read so far doesn't need to be... You don't need to know. Exactly. Let's see. What titles? Jeez. I'm not even sure if we're halfway, not way, what way, long way. Don't care. I don't care. I want to kill it. I want it to die. Using phrases, whatever. Part of me wants to quit reading, but I know good and well that's not smart. It's not the smart thing to do. I will skip paragraphs though, because I can just come back and reference them in the textbook later. Like, I need to know what a search bar is. Whatever. I'll come back to it during the test. B and B. I think it's B and B. Let's see. Using field searches. Let's see. Kendra, I think you have a beautiful voice. Hope that compliment re-energizes you. Thank you. You know what it actually did. I know, I don't really like showing that. I have a tone sometimes, but like, if you listen, it takes a lot. Here's the thing, I don't get like this often. If you know me, if you literally hear my voice, if we were to talk with probably like, I don't know, some friggin' interview Keemstar style, I'm not usually like this. My voice is actually pretty low. And it takes a lot. Like, you gotta do something like right off the bat to annoy me as easily as this textbook does. Quite frankly, I'll probably give you a chance, and if not, I either cut you off or move on with my life, because I don't really do anything like that. This, however, is annoying me because it's stuff that, like, this book came out in 2016. I could understand if this book came out like 2006. I can understand this book came out in 2006. But like, what? is even this? What is this? What is this? I don't even know. What is even this? What is this? Appropriate, whatever. Evaluating search results, skip. Or, let's see, let's go over it. I'm gonna go over it real quick by myself. Neat. Let's see. Two questions to ask yourself by clicking the link. This is title, this is description. It's not complete. Determine. Something. Citations. My source is that I made it up. Citations, other types of online communications, instant messaging, Twitter. Guys, I was about 99.9.99% this close, literally just to drop a bomb. Why the heck and what the heck is Twittering? This is probably the angriest I've ever gotten reading anything. Last time I got this angry was reading a webcomic. Hashtags, forums, I know what that is. Voiceover, VoIP, we already know what that is. Web conference, webinars, don't care. Social networking, social media, don't care. Blah, 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 blah. E-commerce, I don't care. Online shopping, online auctions, don't care. Online entertainment, caring not less. Online gaming, online TV, video, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care. Censorship and privacy issues. Mind you, what I think, if I remember correctly, when we went to Twittering, I think I scrolled past like 2 to 3 more pages. 2 or 3 more pages of stuff like that. That's how pointless some of this stuff is. I'm about to cheat my way through this class if we don't pull ourselves together. I literally came into this class being like, I'm gonna learn so many hard things in here, but I can persevere. And here we are learning about Twittering. Alright, censorship. What? How many? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, look! Me skipping all that actually got us closer to the end! So let's continue on with censorship. I don't give a crap about some cookies. Most of this stuff is relevant to my major, but not something most people need to know. Yeah. I don't know about you, but I don't think I need to learn the study of Twittering and hashtags, social media, and definitely online forums and online gaming forums. Again, if this book had come out in 2006, half of this stuff would be revolutionary and would be worth learning. Not in freaking 2016. And then we still got one more chapter to go through this week. Jeez. Censorship. The issue of internet censorship affects all countries that have internet access. In some countries, internet content is filtered by the government, typically to hinder the spread of information from political opposing groups, to filter out subjects deemed offensive, or to block information from sites and other that could endanger national security. Some countries also block information, such as blogs and personal web pages, from leaving the country, and have occasionally shut down internet access to and from the country during political protests to stop the flow of information in and out of that country. In the United States, the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution guarantees a citizen's rights to free speech. This protection allows people to say things to others without fear of arrest. But how does that right of free speech relate to potentially offensive or indecent material available over the internet, where they might be observed by children or by people who do not wish to see them? There have been some attempts in the United States to regulate internet content, what some would view as censorship over the years. For example, the Communication Decency Act, which was signed into law in 1996, made it a criminal offense to distribute patently indecent or offensive material online in order to protect children from being exposed to inappropriate web content. In 1997, however, the Supreme Court overturned the position of this law pertaining to indecent material on the basis of free speech, making this content legal to distribute via the internet and protecting websites that host third-party content from being liable for that content. Another example of legislation designed to protect children from inappropriate web content is the Children's Internet Protection Act, SIPA. SIPA requires public libraries and schools to implement internet safety policies and technologies to block children's access to inappropriate web content in order to receive certain public funds. This law was fought strenuously by free speech advocacy groups and some library associates on the basis that limiting access to some internet content violates an individual's First Amendment rights to free speech. On the one hand, I understand what they're doing, but I'm also wondering why you don't need to look up stuff at school, bro, unless your teacher really says it's okay. While SIPA was eventually upheld by the Supreme Court, the court modified the law to require a library to remove the blocking technology for an adult library patron at the patron's request. Okay, that's what I mean. Yeah. Schools are one thing, public libraries are another. One technology commonly used to conform the SIPA regulations is internet filtering, the act of blocking access to a particular web page or types of web pages. It can also be used by individuals to protect themselves from material they would view as offensive, by parents to protect their children from material they feel is inappropriate, by employers to keep employees from accessing non-work related sites, by some ISPs and search sites to block access to potentially objectionable material, and by schools and libraries to control the web content that children are able to view in order to be in compliance with SIPA. Internet filtering typically restricts access to web pages that contain offensive language, sex, pornography, racism, drugs, or violence. It can also be used to block access to specific sites, such as social networking sites, YouTube, or eBay, as well as to restrict the total number of hours or the time of day that the internet can be used. Most browsers include some internet filtering options. For instance, Google's Safe Search option blocks websites containing sexually explicit content from Google search results. Other comprehensive internet filtering can be obtained with standalone filtering programs, such as NetNanny. Privacy, as it relates to the internet, encompasses what information about individuals is available, how it is used, and by whom. As more and more interactions and daily activities can be performed online, there is potential for a vast majority of private information to be collected and distributed without the individual's knowledge or permission. Therefore, it is understandable that public concern regarding privacy and the internet is on the rise. Therefore, although privacy is discussed in more detail in Chapter 9, a few issues that are of special concern to internet users regarding web browsing policy, privacy, and email privacy are discussed in the next few sections. Hold on, everybody. I'll be right back. You go sipping, Coratine? I gotcha. Probably scared you there, didn't I? Just a quick recharge. Yeah. You're not gossiping, you're go sipping. One of these days I'm gonna like remake one of some of my stuff and I'm gonna put like you guys as the end credits for like a transition out, but I gotta make the transition out screen and I don't know how to do that yet. I'm a good boy. No, you're go sipping. Do you know what we do to go sippers here? We sip them. Credit us for what? You know, like, so you know how, like, I kind of have a TV theme going on? I kind of have, like, a TV thing. Really, kind of my whole theme is, like, eventually it's gonna be a lot more clear later down the line. It's gonna be kind of a more, virtual, digital type theme for my VTuber type stuff, as you can clearly see with the text box right there. Windows and all that type of stuff. But right now I don't have that pinned down just quite yet. I gotta fix that box because I just realized like a couple weeks ago, yeah, it's kind of weird how the brightness on the screen is glaring, but like not a good kind of glare that I like, so I'm gonna have to fade that out a bit. Yeah, but yeah. I'll do kind of a TV theme. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna do it. I'll probably either hire someone or I'll do it myself. I want to learn to do it myself, mostly. Something cookies. Facebook is a tracker. Who cares? Let's read the cookies page. Third-party cookies. You know what? Let's see. I'm gonna look at what else is left to read. And if it is nothing that I can't just browse this entire thing. We got like, 2 pages left? Because I skipped so much. You know what? Why not? Let's go through cookies. Cookies and then eventually emails and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Many play pages today use cookies, small text files that are stored on your hard drive by a web server, to identify return visitors and their preferences. Cookies can be session-based cookies, which are erased when you close your browser, or persistent cookies, which are stored on your hard drive. About 1/2 of persistent cookies are first-party cookies, which are cookies that belong to the website you are visiting and are able to read that site. These cookies can provide some benefits to consumers, such as saving a shopping cart or remembering personalized settings. Third-party cookies placed on your hard drive by a company other than the one associated with the web page that you're viewing, typically a web advertising company, are usually viewed as higher privacy risk. Many of these are tracking cookies, which can track your activities across multiple websites. For example, tracking cookies can be used to display web page ads based on your browsing activities, or to send information to Facebook each time you visit a web page, with a like button on the page if you have a Facebook cookie on your hard drive. Joke's on you, I don't even like Facebook. I tried. I actually hated it, for real. No, like, for real, I actually hated using Facebook for the first time. I had an easier time getting a hold of, like, Twitter's interface. And that was only, like, 2 years ago. I hate Facebook. I hate Facebook's entire UI. It makes me want to punch the UI. The information stored in cookie files typically includes the name of the cookie, an expiration date, and the domain that the cookie belongs to. In addition, a cookie contains either personal information that you have entered while visiting the website, or an ID number assigned by the website that follows the website server to retrieve your personal information from its database. Such a database can contain 2 types of information: personally identifiable information, P, and non-personally identifiable information, non-P. Personally identified information is connected within a specific user's identity, such as his or her name and address, and is typically given during a process of ordering goods or service. Non-personally identified information is anonymous data, such as which product pages were viewed or which advertisements located on the site were clicked. That is not personally associated with the visitor's name or other personally identified viable characteristics. To notify you about cookies, many sites display a notification on your first visit, so you can choose not to use the site if you object to its use of cookies. To control overall cookie use, you can use your browser's privacy settings to delete all cookies stored in your hard drive, as well as to block third-party cookies. In addition, security software typically scans for tracking cookies and will quarantine those cookies files at your request. Another alternative is the private browsing option, available in many web browsers, including Internet Explorer, Edge, Chrome, and Safari. As discussed more in Chapter 9, this option allows you to browse the internet without leaving any history on the site you visited, including browsing history from data, cookies, username, and passwords on the computer that you're using. Private browsing is useful for individuals using school, library, or public computers to visit password-protected sites, research medical information, or perform other tasks that the user may prefer to keep private. Individuals using a computer to shop for gifts or surprises for family members who share the same computer may find features useful as well. Other web privacy issue is the privacy of social media data. The best preventative measure is to not post anything online that you would not want the general public to view, but also use the privacy setting for social network that you utilize to specify who can see what you can see what in your profile. For instance, Facebook allows you to specify what content can be seen by the public, anyone, and what can only be seen by friends, your Facebook friends. Oh, cookies should be interesting. Unfortunately, I don't have any cookies. I wish I had some though. That'd be nice. Spyware is a term used for any software program that is installed without the user's knowledge, and that secretly gathers information about the user and transmits it through his or her internet connection. Spyware is sometimes used to provide advertisers with information used for marketing purposes, such as to help select advertisements to display each person's computer. The information gathered by the spyware software is usually not associated with the person's identity, but spyware is concerned for privacy advocates because it is typically installed without the user's direct knowledge, such as at the same time another program is installed, often when the program is downloaded from a website or P2P service, and conveys information about the user's internet activities. Spyware can also be used by criminals to retrieve personal data stored on your computer for use in criminal activities, as discussed in detail in Chapter 9. A related type of software is adware, which is free or low-cost software that is supported by on-screen advertising. Many free programs that can be downloaded from the internet include some type of adware, which results in on-screen advertisements. The difference between spyware and adware is that adware typically does not gather information and relay it to others via the internet, although it can, it is not installed without the user's consent. Adware might, however, be installed without the user's direct knowledge, because many users do not read licensing agreements before clicking OK to install a new program. When that occurs with the program that contains the adware components are installed without the user's direct knowledge. Email privacy. Many users mistakenly believe that the email they send and receive is private and will never be read by anyone other than the intended recipient, because it is transmitted over public media. However, only encrypted only encrypted, electronically scrambled email can be transmitted safely, as discussed in Chapter 9. Although unlikely to happen to your personal email, non-encrypted email can be encrypted and read by anyone. Consequently, from a privacy standpoint, a non-encrypted email message should be viewed more like a postcard than a letter. In addition, businesses and ISPs typically keep copies of email messages that travel through their servers and are required to comply with subpoenas from law enforcement agencies for archiving email messages. Okay. And that is the end of Chapter 8. If we really, really, really want to right now, if I really am desperate enough, I could go over Chapter 9, and if there is a lot we can just go through, I can blitz through, then that would be fine by me. Let me see. But if this thing is more than 30 pages, I'm not doing it. And if it's a waste of time, then that's one thing. Hardware loss, damage, system failure, and other disasters. Blah, blah, blah. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Alright. Oh, it'll be more than 30 pages based on the number of references. Yeah. It's about 40. It's about 40. So, we can read this if we want to. We could start reading this now. Or, I can be not stupid and we can read this tomorrow. Because I'm up to here with pages. I mean, it would be worth it if we read it tomorrow. If we read it today. But my brain can't handle any more stupid. If we read basically what I'm saying is, we read this tomorrow, and we can have a drawing stream. We can have a reading and drawing stream all to ourselves tomorrow. Okay. If we read this tomorrow, it's a reading and drawing stream all day tomorrow. Up to you. Oh, great. How about I take a break for... I'm gonna take a break up to about... I think 7... Is that even okay? Because we're gonna be back here again. We'll probably read up until like 10 if... Hold on. Hold on. Okay, I thought about it for a little bit, and then I realized that I almost forgot that we gotta do stuff tomorrow. So I'm gonna take a break tonight. Thank you guys for staying here for these past 6 hours of me reading and suffering and dying. So, I'll see you guys tomorrow, probably around 4 o'clock, 4 in the afternoon, and I shall see thee for another time. Hold on real quick. Alright, I'm back. Thank you, Quarantine. I just saw your message. Have a wonderful day, Kendra. Purple heart. Thank you, thank you. You guys have no idea how much it's actually easier to do this, because if I'm doing this by myself, this would end in tears. So let's see who we raid tonight. Let's see who's available tonight. We'll read all 40 pages tomorrow, and then next week afterwards we have to read 3 more chapters. Who wants to watch some Ebe with Abby? Or who wants to go with Whispers and Cherry Blossoms ASMR with Maze? It's been a long time since we've rated Maze. She's adorable. Show her some love, show her some support, and I'm really... Thank you guys. Just thank you. You guys have no idea. I'm putting up with this nonsense. Let me put in the chat. Let's see. Let me put it in the chat. I'm like wandering every which way. Hold on. Alright guys, then I shall see thee tomorrow. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.